directors of the Youth SIG. So now I will start by asking some guiding questions to our panelists. So what do you think are the new forms of threats that arise with the transition from traditional education to online education, and what are their impacts for students? What has been done so far by the different stakeholders to tackle these issues? Have these efforts been efficient? So I will take the floor to Joao. So Joao, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicolas, for the question. To me, the most important issue when discussing about connecting children to educational systems, for example, in the pandemic, is that they were using these systems almost unattended. So I have an 11-year-old sister that lives with me. In the beginning of the pandemic, we had to rush way to her to connect or to continue studying. Even though I am a cybersecurity specialist, I hadn't done a proper configuration in the system, and yeah, it did not work in our case. So it is important to remember that most of all parents weren't right besides their children during the day because they were working. So kids had to figure out how to connect and communicate online without any assistant during the day. So they were immediately exposed to all sorts of issues because they could be digital harassed by other children or adults. In a lot of cases, the children had full control of their devices, even though they cannot consent in most applications they access. So, yeah, I paid a closer attention to the efforts made by schools and colleges to adapt themselves. In Brazil, we have seen a tendency of concentrating all educational resources in few companies like Microsoft, Google, Meta. And in a cybersecurity perspective only, I think this movement made children information safer. And why that? Because these companies put a lot of resources to protect their assets, therefore these children data. But when some schools decided to use these systems, but a lot of schools actually decided to use systems that were not designed for online education, like WhatsApp or Facebook. And these schools actually exposed children to online spaces almost non-controlled. So I think the biggest issue we have now is about the information that we are not able to control from these children, because when they are using educational systems, the platforms are designed to keep this information safe. And when some schools to connect more people, they try to amplify the ways of sending this content to the children, and this made these children exposed to systems that were not designed to them. So I think I see the different stakeholders in a diverse taking various approaches, like the cybersecurity community tries to check if these systems are safe and correct issues. I see also a lot of companies that acknowledge that people were using their systems to connect, to learn, and try to fix problems like Zoom, that was thought to be a meeting platform, and out of sudden it started to be used in a lot of schools, a lot of workplaces, and they weren't ready to handle this much of responsibility. So even though there are great platforms, we had a lot of cases of Zoom bombing and digital harassment. So yes, I think we need to get together to really show that to schools and to the parents what are the advantages and disadvantages of using certain technologies.
Thank you, Joao. You touched on some important points there about the platform, about the devices, about the education for the educators to use this. So now I am heading to Eric, that is online. So Eric, the floor is yours. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I would look at this from the attacker's perspective, since like the malicious threat actors' perspective, those people popularly known as the hackers, since that's my field, I'm an ethical hacker and a pen tester. I'll look at it from that perspective. So first of all, the first threat I'd like to talk about from transitioning from the traditional educational infrastructure to the online is pertaining to phishing attacks. So when I say phishing attacks, I'm talking about cybercrime actors using schools, using institutions, network infrastructure as staging grounds to target victims and industries. So, and the reason I'm saying this is in my line of work, I've come across or I've encountered a lot of phishing messages after analysis and everything. You will find out that it is emanating from a school's domain, or there's a subdomain attached to a school's domain where the phishing attack is coming from. But when you go deeper, you will see that no, it is not coming from the school, but a threat actor has compromised the school's network, and they are using that as their playground or as their staging ground to send these phishing messages or this phishing to attack other institutions. So that's the first threat I'll talk about. Another threat being that threat actors attempt, because now and the issue is before moving to online, the traditional educational system, yes, we had IT support. We had institutions having their own IT department. We have institutions having their own network, which is intranet and in their own local environment. But now transitioning into online, these institutions did not, because of, I don't know if maybe because of time or how prompt that the issue came, they did not have that much time to look at the security posture of their infrastructure before moving the LAN or their intranet onto the internet. So they migrated most of their vulnerabilities that were locally onto the internet. And then it made also threat actors now start exploiting them as easily as possible. And another threat is schools, intellectual properties, universities having research centers and malicious actors just exploiting their systems to gain access to sensitive intellectual properties because of these vulnerable apps that were just migrated onto the internet. Because yes, students need to access the material from the internet, so we need to move these things on the internet. And some of these attacks, when you look at some of these attacks, they are not any sophisticated attack, but they are common, something like common Google docking. Just common Google docking query, and then you will be able to access a school's database, have access to their infrastructure, common showdown, and just go on showdown, put just a common query, and you have vulnerable infrastructures and vulnerable systems on the internet. And so these are some of the trends that also came with moving from the tradition to online. Another thing is another threat that I'll talk about are activists and let me say newbies, people who are just new to hacking, because they are able to get access to a school's website which is vulnerable. They start defacing website. They start using it as a method to protest, to call for attention for a certain cause and all that. And then also the last threat I'll talk about is what our first panelists spoke about, Zoom bombing. And this is I say it is no fault of schools though, because when this happened, or when we moved straight from tradition to online, yes, a lot of people were rushing to get students to be online to learn. Zoom also had their own issues because they did not at first they did not take security into play. They were not paying attention to security, and even not only schools but even higher places were even making mistakes with sharing their Zoom credentials. They share Zoom link, and it's having the username, it's having the Zoom ID and the passcode all attached to it, showing screenshots. And these are what other attackers also relied on, and then started bombing Zoom calls with nudity and what have you. So these are some of the threats that emanated from tradition to online. Now, the thing that has been done so far, I think a lot has gone into, and that one I'll give kudos to Zoom, their platform. A lot of changes have been made into their platform from the time it started. We moved online up to now. They have added a lot of security features, a lot of restrictions and all that. Also, another thing that has been done, and that has been also done quite very well, is awareness creating awareness all over. Even Zoom itself creating awareness, schools creating awareness, other platforms, Microsoft, Facebook, other social media platforms where students gather. They have created a lot of awareness on these attacks, on these cyber attacks, and then also schools have also been awareness has been created for a lot of institutions to know how to even move their gadgets from the traditional place onto online, how to safeguard, how to even enforce now security into their environment. And I think these are some of the things that has also been done, looking at organizations building now more secure apps, because a lot of people are attacking the apps. So organizations are also building a lot of now more secure apps because of what awareness creation. So this is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Very interesting points about the Zoom bombing, about the awareness that is very important to prevent these kind of attacks. You mentioned phishing, you mentioned a lot of things. So now we are heading to Samaila here. So Samaila, please, you have 7 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicholas. I'm just going to speak from the Nigerian perspective, and I'll start with the phrase digital literacy. So the first issue that going online has caused, it has exposed the truth about the situation of things, in the sense that a lot of people have little to zero knowledge on digital security. And so when you put those people into the cyberspace and you ask them to interact there in the educational sector, you are basically creating easy targets for the attackers. And so because a lot of people have little to no security knowledge, they were not able to do the basics that would ordinarily secure them when they're online. And when discussing this issue, I do not want to talk more on the kids, because I think that has been spoken about a lot already. But when you look at the teachers as well, the parents, a lot of teachers and parents don't have security knowledge. I've seen cases, I've seen schools where the teachers don't even have computers to use for their lessons. They do not use PowerPoint slides. So how do you expect those teachers to go on Zoom or go on Google Meet and do things the right way, or to use emails and use email securely? And so that's an underlying issue that has led to this lack of security when we talk about online learning or online education. And so some of the threats that have come out, obviously, yes, phishing has been mentioned. I would just like to focus on two other ones. Malware, in particularly what we call ransomware. That's a malware that locks your computer or encrypts your files until you pay a ransom. we've seen quite a number of universities and schools being targeted this way. So they have to pay money to gain access to the infrastructure. Another issue I've noticed is the case of email hijacking. A couple of schools have their emails, like the official email accounts, being hijacked and being used to send emails as maybe the vice chancellor or a lecturer or someone. And as we know, that poses a big risk in the grand scheme of things. So those are some of the issues I've noticed. There are other ones. If you look at the angle of the child, you talk about grooming, online grooming, because they're now more active online, and many of them end up joining social media. There are cases of financial fraud on social media. There's also child sexual exploitation and other kinds of issues like that. So on the angle of stakeholders and what they've done, from the Nigeria perspective again, I think there's been improved effort on both the part of the government or the public sector and the private sector as well. On the part of the private sector or the NGOs, my organization, that's the Cyber Security Experts Association of Nigeria, has been creating awareness even before the pandemic began. That's one of our key pillars. We try to build cybersecurity awareness, and we go to schools, we go to universities, we talk to the students, we talk to the teachers to enlighten them on the threats. And there are other NGOs. Another important one to mention is Cyber Safe Foundation in Nigeria as well. They've also done a lot of projects around educating young children and adults as well on the cyber threats that exist. From the angle of the government, recently the Nigerian government released a reviewed national cybersecurity policy and strategy, and this document has inputs that is meant to improve the security of different sectors, including the education sector. And so that's a plus on the side of the government. And so moving forward, we hope the document is implemented properly so that we can yield and enjoy the benefits. So there are several other inputs from other places, but I'll leave the other panelists to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Samaila. You touched also on very interesting point, like this multidimensional factor that not only the students but the teachers, different Google Meet, about the malware, ransomware, these email hijackings, right? The online grooming, some cases of fraud, and the awareness. We are hearing awareness a lot, so that maybe is the way. Now I am heading to Needy. So Needy, the floor is yours. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think my colleagues have touched upon a lot of the current sort of problems that we have. The one that I think I would like to talk about is probably the violation of privacy that you have right now online, especially for children. So I think there's a Kaspersky report from last year which talks about how there's been a marked increase in threats which were disguised as popular e-learning platforms, which just increased as the pandemic went on, especially in the second half of 2020. So there have been a number of technologies that have been deployed to conduct online classes and assessments and attendance. And the more people rely on this, the greater that the level of threat is, especially to people's privacy. So these technologies usually collect a lot of data. They collect things like your name, email address, phone number, login credentials. They have communications like audio, video, text. One of the things is, depending on the platform you use, but however, most platforms are covered in this. If you look at, say, the privacy policies of things like WebEx or Google or Microsoft, all of them say that they can collect data while you're in a video conference, combine it with information from data brokers and other sources, and build consumer profiles, and that they can potentially tap into the videos for purposes like training facial recognition systems. So this is clearly one of the bigger, I think, privacy concerns that affects children, is that even if you're using one of these safer platforms, there's obviously always the potential for children's data to be misused. More importantly, even though you do have data protection laws in place, you have the United Nations Child Rights Convention in place, which says that children's privacy is to be protected. Most of these laws were not quite built to withstand the pandemic, and they haven't really been updated in a way where the data protection can effectively function at this scale right now. So there have been a lot of reports where once everything has moved online, schools or private actors can use platforms. Like there was a report coming out of Minneapolis school district where people used a platform called Gaggle, where they scanned billions of student emails, chat messages, and files to see what the students were talking about, to flag any potential concerns that they had. So I think the privacy of the students or the privacy of children is affected a lot because of this move to sort of online learning. And that is one of the bigger concerns that we have to sort of address right now. I do think that different stakeholders have tried to address this to some extent. As a lot of my colleagues have pointed out, many people are trying to impart some sort of digital literacy to explain to people that you have concerns surrounding malware, you have concerns surrounding hacking or Zoom bombing, but also generally to explain to people how giving out your data online works and how that can potentially be dangerous. There are also laws in place which are specifically geared towards children. So, for that matter, if we look at things like, say, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Law, or COPPA, that is a law which specifically is geared towards children and online safety. The problem there, of course, being that COPPA only applies to children 13 and under. So it doesn't quite capture all the kids who'd be affected by, I think, these online interventions. And then I think another thing that we have to discuss, and I only bring this up because my colleagues have also talked about this, is that while you do have edtech platforms, there has been a lack of resources and not everybody can really afford the secure platforms. And so there have been a lot of instances of, say, online classes not being conducted on, like, say, a proper platform, but rather being conducted on Facebook or WhatsApp, purely because of the lack of options that you have. And sometimes this can make things a little bit less secure. So I think that this is also something that probably policymakers have to sort of consider while they're dealing with these issues, is that the laws that are geared towards this cannot just specify that, oh, you must use a secure platform, because not everybody would have the infrastructure to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidhi. Very interesting points you touched on about these violations of privacy. There were a lot of reports in the pandemic about incidents at schools. So you also mentioned about the digital literacy. That is something, again, the awareness and about all the things. And this topic of the lack of resources, that is very, I agree with you, because not every school is prepared to afford cybersecurity teams or groups prepared to affront these incidents. And also, I think there was like a cultural bring your own device thing at some schools that also is very complicated to manage. Yes, for all the teachers, also all the IT team at school. So now our last speaker for this first time, first part, is Savio. So Savio, the floor is yours. You have 7 or 8 minutes.
Oh, so I got 1 more minute. Thank you. Just kidding. So first note here is that I work as sysadministrator, sysadmin, at the Federal Institute of Education, Science and Technology of the Rio Grande do Norte state in Brazil. We have courses since departing from the high school and technical courses to postgraduate and doctoral. So we have a wide range of students. But I'm not only talking about my institution, but other institutions that we as a federal network of educational institutes, including universities and other institutes from other states. I could get some experience and discussions from other universities, so from other institutions. So there are some things that we should point out here. Thinking in the short term, like today or tomorrow or the last year, we had to make a strong migration of how do you deal with the technical services, with the not only the technical services, the administrative services, and also how the classes will go. So, as João mentioned, most schools migrated to Google Scholar, Google Meet for classes, Zoom for classes, and so on. And we have to do this migration fast. Considering those examples, we know that we have some privacy issues that must be under discussion for the next years, as this is not like a thing for that when the pandemic get over, this will be finished. So it will be different from now, but we still have to debate about that. And some of the institutions decided for deploy their own systems, like they already have some administrative systems for bureaucracy and so on. But for example, for having the classes, they deployed, for example, the big blue button for video calls. So. And most part of the teams are not they do not have deep expertise with this new platform. So this in principle brings many issues. Some other ones like contracted these services and hosted in the internal network, looking for the privacy of the students and the whole institution. So this is a first part, and now I'm looking for a medium term plans, like not only this part of deployment and looking for good open source platforms and make capacity building for the team who is managing this type of service, or contracting third-party services for this. Okay, I got a bit lost with the time, but I'll keep going.
No, you have the 2 or 3 more minutes.
Okay. So, yeah, contracting third-party services and so on, and keeping the services updated. And one really important thing that we are starting to do now in the federal network in Brazil of educational institutes is working in having, in fact, the cybersecurity policies, not only the sector in the IT or the computer emergency necessary teams, but having the policy in paper, in a document for the students, for everyone, and so on. So I think that the next step that we need to move on to assure a secured education 4.0 is working in a policy, cybersecurity policy for every institute.
Very interesting, Savio. From your point of view of a sysadmin, you raise new things like the more attention to the logistics, like the how to configure these platforms in this migration. So they need some expertise to do that. It's not like an easy task. So deploying your own systems could be a solution, I see. And contracting some parties always could be something, and this issue of the policy for students, or have something written about mechanisms or control, or at least what is good to do, what is bad to do, so they could know. Well, now we are moving to a second part of this workshop. I will raise a question, and we will have another round with the speakers. So the question is, what are the remaining challenges for guaranteeing cybersecurity and privacy in the online education ecosystem, and how can the youth, be more involved in policy making regarding cybersecurity in their educational environments? So, Joao, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes for this part.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. I think at the first part of the pandemic, all workplaces, all schools were like, take whatever you need, but please give me a working system. So, so we pass through this, and now we are looking like, wait, what have you done? What information we delivered to these companies? What are the issues and the risks we are exposing our students? And yeah, schools, colleges should be a safe place to learn. People there should believe and be safe. They need to feel safe to understand things, to express themselves. So the first step we should do is to create the safe environment, to guarantee that everybody will feel welcome there. We saw a lot of suffering in these past months, and people should have the confidence that this information, the flaws that people show when they are learning, will be kept there. They will have this environment to express themselves. And in this cybersecurity aspect, I think the bring your own device policy is like a must, because we are teaching children and these students in general how to use technology too. So technology is integrated into our lives. We use it to learn, we use it to communicate, we use it to almost everything. So they need to use this learning place to know how to connect with these systems. So it's important that they know how to use their own cell phones, and how to use their private settings, and what are the consequences of installing, I don't know, any app they want. We need to have some control of it. I believe, actually, when talking about children, that these could not be unattended as it is now. Maybe the schools should have some control of the students' devices when they are in the educational spaces, because these children are responsibility of them in that place. And I think that's it. My
Yes.
point.
So when you are talking about the control, how do you see this will be measured, or how the educators or the school could take an advantage in terms of controlling which apps the students installed, or do you have some ideas or key points?
Yeah, this is actually very this is actually a very difficult question, because children have children need privacy too, but we are exposing them to places and to apps, devices that have almost none control. Like my sister now has a WhatsApp. So yeah, who are she talking to? And in a school, it's even more difficult, because you have like hundreds, thousands of students connecting every time and sending pictures, sending messages, sharing their discoveries of the world. And yeah, I don't know how to do it. It's difficult. It bugs my mind, because at the same time you want them to develop themselves. We have like the infinitude of the internet right in their pockets at all day. So yes.
Yes, it's always a very difficult question. about the control or law enforcement when you think about this. So I am pointing to Eric. Eric, you have 5 minutes for this question.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with this phrase that IT is not security, meaning IT department is not the cybersecurity department. So one thing that's especially school management, a lot of school management should do is they should invest in cybersecurity. The same way they are investing in IT equipment, the IT gadgets, the IT department, having IT department in the school premises, they should also invest in cybersecurity. Because right now, IT department, what I normally say is IT department would fix those, fix the systems, put the systems in place. Cybersecurity is there to do assurance, to make sure that these things are in safe hands. These things are safe when it's on the internet. So schools that are owning their own data centers, that are having their own network, their own servers, should probably have a SOC in their environment. Because who watches over your network on the internet? Because right now you're exposing everything on the internet. Who is watching over them? IT will not be able to watch over them because they are the people who implemented it. And the person who implements something are not the same people who should watch over them, because they would even go, they will not even look or overlook their flaws. So schools should also start investing into SOCs, start investing into IDS, that's in the intrusion detection systems, and IPS, start investing into SIMs to watch over their network, because this is where most of the attacks come from. My colleague from Nigeria made mention of ransomware attacks to institutions, and all of these attacks comes from or emanates from the data centers being not even what, even applications doesn't even have security logs that or a place where security logs are being put into or are being put there for people to do analysis and all that. Schools get defaced, and the next thing you hear is they have wiped the server, and then they have restored an old backup. Have you thought about how the compromise happened? You just clear it. It's going to happen again. But if we have systems in place, or we have a cybersecurity unit in place, even apps that schools develop, in-house apps that they develop, would be subjected to what? A pen test before it even goes online. And all of this helps. And so these are some of the things that I think should be put in place. Now, when it comes to students or the youth being involved in policy making, I would see that yes, a lot of even these students are even engaging or are even learning more when it comes to cybersecurity, because right now cybersecurity has become something for the youth or something for the younger ones. Yes, the older generations will be there, but the youth are even doing more sophisticated things when it comes to the internet. The younger ones, I have a kid sister, like the first. I have a kid sister who certain things that she's able to do on the internet sometimes amazes me. I ask, who taught you this? I read it online. I saw it on a YouTube channel, so I read this online. I have as young people as DHS graduates, SSS graduates, who are even writing Python scripts to get passwords from public Wi-Fi. So these are the things that some of the youth are even engaging into. These are some of the knowledge they are even acquiring. Now, what are we doing with these kids? What are we doing with the knowledge they are acquiring? If we have even a forum where they can even bring their contributions on board, they can even bring their contributions as to how to solve some of these challenges, some of these problems. It will amaze you some of the inputs these kids are going to, or the younger ones like us, are going to even bring on board. That would help solve a lot of situations and a lot of issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. You also touched very interesting points, like because these cybersecurity incidents, I think, at schools can lead for really bad trouble for students, staff, and schools also. And the youth are aware of that, and as you say, they could also help in terms of, or at least criticize, like the infrastructure, and they are also using white hats and black hats, so they could help with the things. So now I'm going to listen to Samaila. You have 5 minutes also to raise your points on this matter.
Thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate the things Eric said, and I think we have a similar situation in Nigeria to what he experiences in Ghana. Regarding the remaining challenges, I think, as we all know, in the tech industry, any gadget or any tool that is about 3-5 years old is almost obsolete. So, meaning that this tech space is very fast-paced. And so, because of these innovations, a lot of people get left behind. For instance, we talked about the issue of digital literacy, how a lot of people had to migrate their students online for learning. But we have a lot of schools that couldn't even do that. They don't have the computers, they don't have the networks. So a lot of students were left behind. A lot of students stopped learning during the pandemic. So we see that there are different paces or different communities, and so that's a big issue. That's a big challenge for me, and this ties to the issue of finances as well. A lot of countries or schools do not have the finance it takes or the money that's required to buy this infrastructure and to even hire the IT unit, talk less of a security unit as well. And yes, infrastructure deficits. In some countries, the cost of 1 gigabyte of data is way higher than in some other countries. So this kind of disparity in different locations pose different challenges. And when we talk about guaranteeing online privacy, I think it's kind of impossible, because the only way to guarantee online privacy and online security is to make the internet 100% safe. And as we know, there's nothing like 100% security. There are always going to be issues and threats. And sometimes these threats could be internal. So it could be coming from your own students, not necessarily outsiders trying to attack you. It could be coming from parents of the students. Maybe a parent could take a picture of their kid, and the picture has maybe a school badge showing. And so maybe someone who wants to kidnap that parent's kid now knows the school of the child. So sometimes the risks are from within. So these are issues to consider, and it makes it more difficult to guarantee on the privacy and the security of online learners. But like I said in my previous statement, one key thing to do, one thing we cannot stop doing, is enlightenment, cybersecurity awareness. We must keep enlightening people, because the threats are changing. We're talking about phishing attacks. The phishing, like the context in the phishing emails, keep changing. It's not the same email that is being sent around the world. They keep modifying it, they keep improving it, they keep adding. Now they're adding ransomware to it. There are drive-by downloads as well, and other schemes are being used. Adware is also merged with phishing and other things. So as these schemes keep changing, we need to keep enlightening the users, enlightening the teachers, enlightening ourselves, we the security professionals as well. That will help. Now, on the angle of youth being involved in policy making, I think it's important to be part of a community. Maybe in your school you join, you have a security community or a policy community you join. Even outside the school, you could join an association or a society, and you could try to attend events like IGF, for instance. I believe IGF gives us a good platform to discuss these issues and to discuss the things we think will take us forward in this regard. And the simple reason why it's important for youth to be involved, because the internet belongs to us, in the sense that we are the ones who are alive or growing up in the tech revolution, if I may use that phrase. So if we do not get involved, who is going to do it for us? Who is going to take us to the next level so our kids can come and enjoy a safer internet? So I think the youth have a key role to play. And we can do this by attending fora like IGF, or joining a community, or organizing our own local events in our communities for us to discuss these issues and see how we can influence policy making on the larger scale in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Samaila. Yes, I agree with you about the innovation introducing new digital gaps, right, and disparities, because there are a lot of disparities among the different countries. Well, the resources thing is one of the most important thing also, because this could lead to these more vulnerabilities, right? If it's not attended, and these new threats like the adwares, phishing. So the issue of the youth to be more enlightened and attending or being involved in more security meetings, I think is something very important also. And I think it's already happening. We have seen a lot of youth being more involved in these security symposiums or meetings in the IETF also. So very nice. And I will move to Nidhi. So Nidhi, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Nicholas. So I think that my colleagues have addressed the issue of cybersecurity quite well. Eric has talked about it. Samala's talked about it. There have been increased instances of DDoS attacks, and that's definitely something that needs to be considered. But in my 5 minutes, I would like to, I think, focus on the challenges to privacy that you have. There are, of course, a lot of challenges to privacy that arise from this sort of shift to online education. And it is virtually impossible to make the internet 100% safe. But I think one of the ones that I would like to focus on is probably notice and consent. So one of the most vital elements that you have while you are protecting the privacy is the informed consent of an individual. And that means, of course, informed consent means that it needs to be qualified consent. So it can't just be that somebody takes, oh, I agree with terms and conditions, and you assume that you have the consent of the person. There are a lot of challenges, I think, specifically in terms of EdTech that comes with taking the consent of people. One of which was just highlighted by both Nicholas and Samaila, and that is things like socioeconomic divide. If you do not have the option of using something else, then you would, of course, have to use whatever is given to you. That is one of the problems. You do not have the sort of resources to afford something else. So you are sort of stuck accepting whatever is given to you, whatever device is given to you, or whatever platform is given to you. Another thing is, of course, that the digital literacy may be low, so you are not entirely certain of what is happening, so you accept the terms and conditions. Even when there are some kinds of sort of, say, legal protections in place, a lot of the times that just means that people say that instead of the children giving consent, you need to take consent from the parents. The parents themselves may not know how the data is being used, so that's still not qualified consent. So I think that before people sort of embark on this, it is important to some extent to explain to people what exactly happens when they give this data online, so that they can at least make the decision for themselves. There will obviously have to be some changes that take place in order for this to happen. The other aspect of this would be notice. That is to say that the people collecting the data should be more transparent and more accountable for the sort of data that they're collecting from children, from schools, and transparently make available like the sort of ways they're benefiting from it. And that is also so that you can protect the personal data of students. So you need to be able to ensure that corporations are not using this data in any sort of an adverse manner or in a way that could affect them adversely later. Speaking of then, I think how the youth can be more involved. I know both my colleagues have already talked about this, but being part of multi-stakeholder processes like the YouthSig, or joining, like say, organizations that do work around this, Youth Observatory, for example, speaking at things like the IGF, they are good starting steps. Another way I think that the youth can sort of participate is that you could build a network from other, like with other people from around the world. So you can have slightly more diverse perspectives and have like a slightly more diverse view on what is happening. So you have a more, say, wholesome plan of how to deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidhi. I think you touch on more interesting topics like informed consent, resources, again, and, well, the issue of cooperations not using the data, some kind of diverse perspectives between all stakeholders also. So, Savio, I am pointing to you. You have 5 or 6 minutes to respond this one.
Thank you for 1 extra minute again. So, Before starting, two side comments. When we talk about security, we also have to talk about reliability. So I'm not using more that timing. I'm using my smartphone to this. So, and the second side comment is that I was not going to touch this point, but please, but thank you, Eric, for saying that the people who are managing systems that can't have decisions about security because we are trying to make the things work and security make the things make maybe sometimes hard to work. So thank you for pointing this out. But I think that all the other speakers had pointed some important things out. So I have now. You put me in a trouble to point something out, but I have one issue for you too. So this is actually a call to action, to work, to use the youth community to get in touch with the students collectives like the in high school the students units, the in the university too, to talk about them, about the need for security, the need for privacy, and to give them some material for asking in the institutions for the cybersecurity policies. I think that this is the main point. There are many and many documents talking about that. Maybe not exactly about the cybersecurity in the education, but most part of the cybersecurity issues, not only cybersecurity issues, but actually security in the general time, like for firefighters, for airplanes, and for many things. The principles are the same, and this is the base for everything. But specifically from the cybersecurity point of view, I think that us as the youth community, we can take those documents and each one in his own country, reach out these academic communities, the collective that have that represent the voice of the students in the university and the school, high school and primary school, so we can reach them, talk with them about that, and make some force to have good cybersecurity policies at any school or university.
So this idea of the capacity building and for the academia and also trying to represent the youths in these spaces also is always very important. But well, we know that school networks are easy target for cyber criminals, right? What schools can do to shore up the defenses to limit the damage, really? That is my question now. So you are free to speak. Joao, if you want.
Oh, okay. So thank you. One experience that I can share is about my university. In Brazil, we have a federation of public universities. So there are a bunch of systems that are integrated between these universities, and this approach could be a good solution to the cybersecurity lack, the lack of specific cybersecurity teams in schools, because cybersecurity needs maintenance, and maintenance it has a high cost actually. So when we talk about securing the websites, the networks from these schools, a good approach could be formatting and create use these schools federations to try to implement a same system with a coordinated cybersecurity approach. Um, I would like to remember too that users, me included, will always choose the simplest approach to make a system work. This is not a problem actually, but the way to deal with this and make insecure, I don't know, insecure methods and use of technology to make this secure, you need awareness. So if you know that there is a problem of sending sensitive data of the students from a public channel or something like that, if you understand the problem, you will be able to do you will choose to do the right way. So I think it's also a matter of bringing awareness and showing that the security issues are not like something to bother you. To bother, it's actually something that you need to do because you need to protect yourself. And this kind of mentality change, it's really needed when we are talking about cybersecurity. So when talking about cybersecurity in schools, it's even more important because people are learning there. Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Do the speakers want to raise more points about this issue? So,
Yeah, hello.
yes, Eric, go ahead.
Okay, so what I'd like to add to is this is something that I am doing. I'm trying to even encourage in Ghana here. What I'm doing now is I'm forming a lot of cybersecurity clubs in the universities, because now looking at cybersecurity here in Ghana especially, most of the youth wants to now engage themselves in ethical hacking, in hacking. And I look at it in this perspective that if you leave them to learn on their own, it will be difficult for you to guide them, or it will be difficult for you to be able to what word should I use, to be able to govern them when it comes to issues pertaining to ethical hacking, pertaining to hacking and stuff, because most of them will not even know, or will not even have the idea what the consequences are in let's say scanning someone's network. So this is one thing that I'm doing, that I'm also encouraging that others can also start doing, especially those of us who are in the professional field, that we form clubs in most of these universities, because yes, those are the places where the students now start to learn and certain culture, certain behaviors. So if you form these clubs in the universities, you end up now teaching these kids the right way, and then even adding the side effects, or what the consequences in doing some of these acts, what it brings, it can bring to them. And then also now, if somebody, or if these young ones sees you as, let's say, their mentor, somebody who is teaching them, somebody who is educating them, creating awareness for them, you would be able to guide them, and then even tell them what to do and what not to do. When you speak, they would listen, as to someone who learned on his own and then doing his stuff, and then you trying to come and tell him that no, we don't do it this way, we don't do this, don't attack the system, don't attack this, don't do this. They would not even mind you, because they learned their thing on their own. But the place where they see you to be somebody who is offering them free tuition on some of these things, they start calling you their mentor, they start regarding you as their mentor. You'll be able to curve them and then nurture them, and then even push them from even those who wants to even move into, let's say, black hats or something, move them into the enterprise world or yes, the enterprise world, so that their skills can be beneficial instead of they using it to do other thing else. So this is also another submission I would like to add on.
Thank you, Eric. I think also that the mentors part doing this awareness for the youth that are trying to do some ethical hacking or something, I think is very nice because they need to be, or they will need, they will feel that like they are in some manner protected by the school. So there are some things that could be done in that sense, I think. So I don't know if any of the speakers was to raise on another point.
Yeah, I think just one more thing that I would add is that potentially what could be done is that when, of course, we've missed the ball on that a little bit, but we can still do that, is just to introduce small classes or workshops while you're conducting online schools where teachers can just at least discuss the basics of cyber hygiene. A lot of the students have been told that their classes move online, but they haven't really been taught how the online system works. So I think one of the simpler ways to sort of start out would to just have teachers in school who can tell children what this means, especially for the younger children, so that they are aware of what the dangers online are. So I think that would be like one of the smaller steps that people could start with.
Excellent. I think this idea, you raise a very interesting idea to bring some workshops to the schools and do talk about cyber hygiene. I think as we receive it sometimes, well, at least in my school when I was a child, I received some groups of people talking about environmental things, or we received some things talking about you need to brush your teeth, so for the hygiene. So this idea of doing some workshops about, well, the online education, cyber security things are very good for the students to be aware of what are the dangers, because if not, they will be in the context of all these vulnerabilities happen, and maybe they didn't know about that. So I think it's a good approach. I have here Samaila that wants to make also some comments. So Samaila.
Yeah, so I strongly agree with Eric and Nidi, and it's important to guide the students. It's important to show them what is right and how to do it. Something that's also, or rather, a good way of helping them remember these cyber hygiene tips is if it's a school that has access to their email accounts and things like that, you could be sending them maybe monthly newsletters, short. You have to make it short because kids have little attention span. So you have to simplify it, you make it simple language, and you make it short. Just maybe a tip a week or a tip a month so you don't also spam them. Another way is you could have posters in your classrooms. Or remember to lock your screen when you're using your laptop. Remember to put a passcode on your... So just basic tips you can just put on the walls in the classrooms around the school. It helps to remind people. I've seen organizations that do this, where they do it so that their employees remember these basic security steps. So this can also be implemented in the schools. During my undergraduate studies, we had a course called ITC 101, and it was basically a course on Microsoft Office. It was compulsory for all students, regardless of your program. So if schools recognize that cybersecurity is an essential service, and it's not just a service you use while you're in the school, it's something that you use at home, you use maybe when you graduate in your work environment, just the same way we use Microsoft Office today in our work environment. It's more or less like a life skill you learn. It's a survival skill. So if schools see it from this angle, then they could also organize a simple course, maybe 1 credit hour course or 3 credit hour course that students could learn compulsorily. You must do it once before you graduate. That way, you're prepared for both your life at school, life at home, and life after school.
Wow, very interesting points also. So now we are going for our third part of the meeting. That will be some discussion. So we invite all online attendees and on-site attendees, one-on-one, if you want to go to microphone and make some questions. Do we have some hands on the Zoom? Oh, we have one question here, so you can go to the mic here at the conference. Please state your name and organization, as always.
Febi from Federal Ministry of Communications, Abuja, Nigeria. My first point is, isn't there a way of putting something like a filter in the school system so that the contents are monitored? That's my first question. Second one is the man that spoke from, can't remember his name now, from West Africa. He spoke about putting in place SOC. And second again about IDS. I want him to tell us more about the IDS. I know about SOC. I know about SAS also. Thank you.
Nice. So who wants to address this one? Joao, okay.
I wanted you to go because you're a pen tester. But yeah, because he's talking about filtering, IP filtering for websites. So I think you can just explain that briefly. Oh.
Okay, actually I am a pen tester too, but let's go. The main issue about this kind of filter is that most of the sites, thankfully, now uses encryption, and some cell phones in the economic mode for data uses a VPN, some sort of treatment in the data before this is sent. So this diminishes a lot of how to control this kind of content. But yeah, I agree with you. We could do some approaches to it, but actually I think they must be ineffective because children, okay, they are going to connect to the school internet, but if the school internet blocks Facebook and the kid want to open it, it will just like switch to the mobile network, and again they will return to this unattended state. So yeah, I think if we do control it in the network, the school network, it will be better than do nothing. But I think that in a lot of cases, this actually won't do the effectiveness that we wanted to. Another thing is that this approach must be done with the families too, because the families must understand that they need to check the cell phone to understand what their kids are to what their kids are doing in their cell phone. Yes, because if you implement the right boundaries in the devices, you will diminish a lot the risk and the exposure of these kids and actually their data too.
Thank you, Joao. I think, Samaila, you have something to add to this?
Yes. So, like Joao rightly said, you can't always monitor them because they could go to their mobile data if you use some web filtering measures on the school network. What is important is about the kids having principles or having a knowledge of what is right and wrong. So at the level of the parents, if the children are being taught well, if they are groomed well, then they know better than to do certain things. At the end of the day, even we adults in the work environment, we are unpredictable. Even where there are security policies, we do not follow them. Even we, the security guys, don't follow all the security policies that we advocate for. So at the end of the day, the main thing is if the children know what is right and what is wrong, they are less likely to do the wrong thing. And even if they do the wrong thing, they know that they've done the wrong thing. So they might not do it as frequently as one would expect. So I think parents have a huge role to play because they cannot just leave the kids without enlightening them. And that's why the parents need to be enlightened themselves, because if they do not know, how can they teach? right? So I think this is an issue for parents to get involved in. The children must be able to trust you, to share their experiences with you and let you know what they are doing, so they don't have to hide and go behind your back to do certain things. And then I think the issue on IDS, Eric, do you want to comment on IDS issue to just briefly explain what it is?
Okay, sure. So IDS is like the full name I said earlier, is Intrusion Detection System. These are tools or devices or software applications that monitor network or a system for malicious activities. We have a lot of IDS, like example I'll give is CrowdStrike. So what this does is it monitors activities, it monitors your network, it monitors whatever you are doing on the network. If you should install, let's say, CrowdStrike on your endpoint users, desktops or laptops or machines, you are going to have, let's say, an overview or an eye over every system that is in your network, far and near. So if you have a network of let's say, a whole community, and you have, let's say, an IDS in place for the whole community, you'll be able to sit at one point, maybe at your data center or at your SOC, monitoring, and then have an overview of everything that is going on, and what was done, what was, even if a file was copied from a system, if there is something that is going on, somebody has opened a website that is not supposed to be open, a malicious website or what have you. So this is what an IDS seems to achieve. So if I mention IDS, so it just it's a detection system that detects network activities, that detects malicious or non-malicious activities, anything at all that is going on the network. So it's like you having an eye over your network environment anywhere you are. I don't know if I've explained it much clearer for him. Thank you.
Very nice. So we have a question that is very related to what we talked. So I will just read it, and maybe you can address as we have some extra minutes. Frank de Almeida said, "For me, as an educator, the main issues is the control of the content. The research takes you for some content not usable for children. Should enterprise like Google could monitorize effectively the contents? How should they do that?" Yes, you have a question? Okay, go to the mic, yes. And every person in the Zoom also, if you want to raise your hands, you can also participate orally.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Omar Shoran for the record from the Libyan Internet Society. Okay, I'd like to add some words to the colleagues' notes about the usage of internet for kids. All right, we are living in a digital era, and you cannot prevent your kids from using the technology. Using the technology for the kids is a sword with two edges, So they have positive and negative, effects. My question to the speakers is it the right time to encourage the industry to make intervention in this effort? I mean, unicorn companies like Google, YouTube and Facebook and etc. So I believe this is the right time to encourage them to make their part, to make their homework regarding because awareness campaigns and using the traditional policy for cybersecurity in schools and in primary schools and in education will not be enough to prevent this issue. I believe encouraging the industry to put their efforts together with the community to prevent these cybersecurity issues. I believe so. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And okay, Joao, the floor is yours.
Yeah,
Thank you. I think most of the companies went to the easiest approach possible, that which was like, oh, don't we know that there are children using our system, but they shouldn't. So we will not do anything because they are circumventing our. They are not on. They are not valid users. Like, oh, they lied in the entrance and inserted fake data, but so when we find these children, we will just kick them out. But this isn't a practical solution. I think I created an Orkut like 1,000 years before my rated age, and yes, these companies need to know that their products are being used and need to prepare themselves to that. In that sense, Google actually already does control content in their devices. I configured a cell phone for my sister. It was a little bit painful and took a lot of time, but I could manage to select what apps she was going to use. I was able to choose what were the websites that should be blocked, or which one of them were exceptions to her. But yeah, this was a great effort to do it. So maybe it should be more simple, I think, because we know that everybody will use these systems, and we must be prepared to that.
Excellent. I think that as we are like 8 minutes for the end of the session, I could read more one question that we have here in the chat, and then we go for the final remarks, which of the speakers will speak. So I have a question here from Eileen. She said, "Hi everyone. Not sure this was mentioned before, but I really like the concept of the educational flyers for students to be aware of the dangers and best practices for their cybersecurity practices. Do you have any suggestion at which age it could be done? When do you consider children, for instance, could be fully aware on secure internet usage?" Thank you. So, who want to address this one? Samaya?
I could address the question.
Okay, Nidhi, go ahead.
Yeah. I think Eileen's actually touched upon a topic which is one of the biggest problems that people have right now in regulating, especially legally regulating children online, is that there is no real age that demarcates anymore, especially for children online. So universally, the age is still accepted at 18. But depending upon the country, sometimes like the US only really has like the legal protections up to the age of 13. Some states have it to 16, and some states have it to 18. I do not think that it is really possible to have one age where you can say now that, okay, above this age, all the children are completely cognizant of their actions online. Because this depends on a lot of things. It depends on like the country you're from, the culture you've grown up in, how much access you've had to technology, even your socioeconomic background. If you've had free access to the internet for a long time, you're probably a lot more used to how it works. And if you hadn't, even if you've not had a lot of access to say in the internet and you're 17 years old, you still wouldn't have a lot of idea. So I think that contextually, probably this is something that you can't really have a law on. But better, I think, in terms of, say, if it's just introducing the education, it might be better to start this earlier. Because now you have like younger and younger children going online. So it's probably better to start this towards, say, elementary school instead of waiting for high school till people turn 18. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Samaya, do you want to comment? So, 30 seconds comment?
Yes, I will merge it with my closing remarks. So I must say that cybersecurity is looked at from the angle of the people, the process, and technology. So even as you're enlightening the people and checking their behavior, you must also have processes through your policy that people know to take, and there must be technological interventions. That's why we talk about security measures and controls, right? And I think when working on the awareness posters or emails or content generally, you have to customize it based on your demographic. What you would put for 5-year-olds or 6-year-olds won't be the same content you use for 15-year-olds because their knowledge or their ability to grasp is different. I think the big tech names like Omar mentioned earlier, I think they're doing some things. For instance, we have Netflix Kids. We have screen time on iOS devices and things like that. So I think some effort has been made. Generally speaking, cybersecurity must be treated as an essential component of any system. It must not be seen as an afterthought. It must not be treated as an option because we are in digital space and we need cybersecurity in digital space. Thank you.
Wow, very interesting points. You, Savio, want to address something?
Yeah. I think that this point actually must start at the same time as our mom says, don't talk to strangers by the streets, or look at the both sides of the street when you are crossing. So this is not security in another planet. Like the internet is in our lives, so it has to be the same progression of knowledge and awareness as we learn how to care about our own life. So this is not, not that direct to the point, but it's maybe a reference to working policies for creating a curricula or something like that for kids in the schools.
Nice, very good remarks on that. So now I will rapidly shift to the closing remarks. So I will start with Joao. 1 minute per speaker.
Okay, thank you. Would like to thank you all for being here. This debate about cybersecurity in education is essential because the minds are there. We need to form people that are able to understand technology and know what are the risks and things that they should or shouldn't do in the internet, not only like to protect from the outside, but also to prepare the person to this unprotected world that they will be. So yeah, thank you again.
Thank you, Joao. Moving to Eric now. Eric.
Yes, okay. So my closing remarks would be that cybersecurity is for it's everyone's obligation, it's everyone's concern. Like Samaila said in his remarks, closing remarks that cybersecurity is comprises of the people, the policies, that is the process, the technologies. So you cannot leave any of them out. So as we get the technology in place and we get the people creating awareness for the people, we should also follow some policies. We also follow some directions. We should adhere to these policy because trust me, online education has come to stay. But it's not moving now. Online education has come to stay. So we need to adjust. We need to also adjust ourselves to this kind of new change, and then conform to it, and then just follow the policy and the direction that has been given. And I think everything would work out nicely. Thank you.
Yes, I really agree with you that this is a very complex thing for how the future of this will be is like a really complex matter. I will rapidly read a comment that is on the chat that Angela Nimba said, just to add a comment to the discussion, this is an issue that does not have a straightforward solution. The approach should be a multi-layered one, given all complexities. It should be a partnership between parents, schools, and service providers. It takes a village. So we all agree on that. And now I am moving rapidly to Nidhi, for the your closing remarks, and then Savio, and we are finished.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think I just want to sort of reiterate that everybody has a right to privacy, and this especially includes more vulnerable groups like children. So it's important that this right is properly educated as they move online, especially with so many of them coming online now that education is moved online. So it's important that we have sort of safeguards in place to protect their privacy and safeguard their data and protect them from adverse sort of actors online. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidhi. So, Savio, you are closing the session.
Okay, a big thing to care about. But I have just a few things to say, reinforcing what I have said in the starting of the session. If you are in the head of one school or university, please invest in capacity building for your team, for your IT and your security team. Give the right roles to the right persons. Separate the IT team, as Eric mentioned, from the security team. Uh, Make some investment in creating your cybersecurity policy and your cybersecurity culture in the institute, in your university or school. And if you are a student, use your voice and ask for security and privacy. Just this. And thank you very much for being present and on site and online.
Thank you, everyone. Really, was a very interesting session.
Maybe I came in late. Why do you want to divorce security from IT?
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hi, John.
Hey, good morning, Giacomo. How are you?
Good. Very good. Nice to meet you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
So I think that was the sign that we are live. I think this is the second time this week that video has given me a heart attack. But welcome everybody. I know we are exactly on time, and I think people are still trying to find their links and get signed into the Zooms. And I also see there are people slowly entering the room as well on the ground, so that is great. So we'll probably start properly in like a minute or so, but already welcome and looking forward to this discussion. Okay, 2 minutes after the start, I feel we can begin. So thank you everybody for this, I think, very timely discussion on the past, present, and future of the UN Cyber Dialogues. I'm very delighted to have a distinguished panel from across the world joining us earlier today rather, and what we're going to try and do is to have a sort of a level setting to begin with in terms of where we are in the discussions on cybersecurity at the UN. There are several initiatives going on, talking and figuring out a little bit about how far we have come, particularly over the past couple of years, because there's been some significant progress. And then also look to the future in terms of the new open-ended working group starting up next week, but also potential other avenues and dialogues that are touching on cybersecurity and are taking place in the different international forums and arenas, not just the UN. We'll also talk a little bit about as this is largely a state-to-state discussion, how the multi-stakeholder community, so the community of industry, civil society, academia, and others can most effectively engage in this process and with the governments themselves. And throughout this, we'll try to answer as many questions as you might have. So please, I have a very long list of questions, but also if you have a question to pose to any of our panelists, but also, comment or suggestion, please either raise your hand and we'll call on you, or put it in the chat and I can read it out and direct it. As you do that, do introduce yourself so we know where the question is coming from, whether you're in your individual capacity or representing a particular group. And with that, I will start with actually properly introducing the panel we have today, and I will do it very quickly and hope that each of the panelists, as they start with their opening remarks, can say a little bit more about themselves, as well as sort of the path that has gotten them to this to the cybersecurity and diplomacy arena. I think we all have very different ways of getting there. So I think it's interesting to sort of consider the perspectives as well. So we have Mr. Isaac Morales, Coordinator for Multidimensional Security, Multilateral Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. We have Henri Verdier, the Tech Ambassador, Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, Giacomo Persi Paolo, Program Lead, Science and Technology at UNIDIR, Pablo Castro, Cybersecurity Coordinator, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Chile, and Natalie Jarsma, which I really hope I'm pronouncing correctly, Ambassador for Security Policy and Cyber from the Netherlands. As I mentioned, this group will touch upon first some of the things that have gone before. So with that, I want to give the floor to the first panelist I introduced. Isaac, do you want to talk a little bit about the priorities of Mexico in this space, as well as, like I said, a little bit about you in your quick opening statement?
Thank you very much, Kaya. First of all, just let me thank all of you, all my dear colleagues, to join this conversation, which is, by the way, a very timely conversation as we will face next week the substantive session, the first substantive session of the open-ended working group, and also a plural in a plural setting the scene. Having with us you from different governments, regions, and stakeholders, which is, by the way, one of the core values that we all together need to preserve in the future discussions of the UN. Just let me share in general from our point of view, from the point of view of the government of Mexico. That the first element we do need to emphasize is the importance of having this kind of conversations and dialogues on cyber and the different elements regarding cybersecurity, cyberspace governance, applicability of international law, etc., in multilateral settings. This is perhaps the very first message, to keep very clear that the multilateral fora, the multilateral settings, the UN role, of course, but not only within the UN, but beyond and at the regional level, but the multilateral scenario is the best way to address these very core elements and challenges regarding cyber in general. The second element, I will say also that it's perhaps the idea of peaceful uses, the idea of lawful uses, and the idea to preserve a balance between the development concerns, I mean, all that you can do with these technologies and platforms and cyberspace to advance development. They need to protect the rights in that space, in that platforms, in cyberspace in general. And of course, the concerns on security will be, in general, the way to advance better and the way to advance in a more comprehensive way all these kind of efforts. And I do believe sincerely, after following and participating in both the GGE recent process and the open-ended working group, the last open-ended working group, that we now have a framework, a general framework that could take into account as basis for next steps at the multilateral discussions and to all multilateral settings. In this regard, my very first also invitation to all of us when thinking on next steps at the UN level and multilateral level discussions on cyber will be implementation, the call to implementation. Now we do have very, very important framework which includes some norms for responsible state behavior, which includes CBMs, confidence building measures, which includes also some approximation to trends and challenges. And of course, taking as a departing point, the reaffirmation of applicability of international law to cyberspace. All of these link to capacity building and the better ways to address the needs and obstacles to advance cybersecurity and cyberspace governance because of lack of capacity or because of the current and existing digital gaps. So when you take into account all these elements and coming in very close detail from the GGE reports, the group of governmental experts of the UN, and the recent open-ended working group, also having both consensus reports, by the way, you will see this very whole picture that where we are approaching at the multilateral level and concretely at the UN level to all these discussions. I will of course let my colleagues to go further and in more detail on some of these elements that we are advancing at multilateral setting, but just also to reaffirm that for the coming actually days, but for the coming negotiations and discussions, we do need, from my point of view, to preserve this comprehensiveness, the idea of implement or to advance on what we already have, and of course, keeping the core value of the multi-stakeholder view. Most of these processes have been states processes, but with the substantive contributions, participations, and inputs coming from the multi-stakeholder community. We do need to preserve this core value to the future discussions at the UN level, of course, but also at the regional level, where we, for instance, in the Americas, are having more advancements on perhaps CBMs through the OAS and a working group on CBMs concretely at this stage. I would let right here, Kaya, in order we perhaps to come back and to go into details in some elements. Thank you.
For sure. I feel that I have a bunch of questions just listening to your first round of remarks. The next person that I introduced was Henri. So perhaps, Henri, I think maybe if you could talk a little bit about, again, yourself, your background, and France has been particularly active in this space over the past few years, not just at the UN, but there as well with the program of action proposals as well, and then also, of course, through the Paris call. So I would love for you to talk a little bit as well about why does France consider, and you personally consider this as area of such a importance.
Thank you very much. So yes, my background briefly, I'm Henri Verdier, French ambassador for digital affairs. But I am more a tech guy. I started my first company in 1995. And in between, I was the state CTO for France. I did lead the open data policy, but also a wide government as a platform approach with friends like the UK Government Digital Service or the White House CTO. And now I'm in charge of digital affairs in the MFA. And maybe, yes, with this background, I am more sensitive about the infrastructure itself, because I consider that if we want to build trust and safety, yes, and I'm very clear here, we need norms, we need good behavior, we need international engagement, and why not consequence imposition to those who don't respect those engagements. But we need also a safe IT, a culture of security by design in the companies, a culture of responsible divulgation of the responsible disclosure of failure from the research. We need to build knowledge and data and to work together. And that's why we try to promote a lot a real multi-stakeholder approach of those issues. So first, we did welcome, of course, the fact that the UN processes did try to open a bit to the civil society, and we had first good results. But from our perspective, that's not enough. So that's a good first step, but that's not enough. So 3 years ago, the President Macron did launch the Paris Call for Trust and Safety in cyberspace, which is now a great multi-stakeholder platform. We did welcome 2 weeks ago the support of the US and the EU, so that's what's great news. Now we are with the US 80 states, but also more than 700 companies from every continent and more than 350 civil society organizations. And we work together, on very important issues. So we had 6 working groups, for example, how to best better help emerging countries, how to build a cyberspace stability index, because we need to know and to understand the level of security or the level of threat in the cyberspace, etc. So, and one of this group was about how to better engage a strong multi-stakeholder approach in the UN negotiations. So I'm very happy to share with you the link of this document, because that's a very interesting report, and I suggest sincerely to read it. So now we have this platform. The Paris Call is just a forum to work together on exchange, but taken into account the conclusion of the Paris Call, we are proposing, with a lot of friends, because now we are 54 countries, we are proposing to the United Nations to establish a permanent, dedicated organization, a program of action, working on these issues. So financing capacity building for states that need this, that say they need this, publishing this kind of index, organizing the sharing of data, and of course discussing about how to implement the norms, the important norms that we did agree in the past GGEs and actual past and next open-ended working group. And with this format, with a program of action, we consider that we could build a better bridge with civil society organization. We could imagine to have permanent observators. We could imagine to create working group, yes, balanced working group on very important issues. We could accept within the POA some suggestion coming from the civil society. We'll take 1 year to build this together within states and with the civil society, and we will propose something to the next UNGA next year. But we consider that that's a good path, and it was to try to build this new vehicle within the United Nations.
That is super helpful and a good overview of, in reality, all the efforts that France and partners have been driving to make multi-stakeholderism a real thing in cyberspace, as in particular. I've been reminded that I didn't introduce myself. So I'm Kaya. Hi. I am a senior director at Microsoft, leading our digital diplomacy team. So the team are working on this type of issues. But also, I want to turn to our next guest, which is Giacomo, who is not representing the government, but is representing Unidir in this space. And Unidir looks at I think, a really broad view of sort of UN and cyber dialogues, looking both at what's going on in cybercrime, what's going on at laws, potentially what's going to be going on space and cyber. So it'd be great to hear a little bit about you, Giacomo, as well as the role your organization plays in this area.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kaya, for the introduction, and it's an honor, a pleasure, and also a very humbling experience to be sharing the panel with such excellent speakers. So about me, I'm Giacomo. I'm the program lead for security and technology at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. And indeed, our portfolio is quite broad and covers pretty much a very wide range of new and emerging technologies and their implications for international security. Cyber is one of the main pillars of our work. And I think in the specific context of the UN processes and the sort of role that we play in that context, I think it is important, first of all, to clarify what UNIDIR is. So UNIDIR, despite having UN and being in the name and being part of the broader UN family and UN system, is an independent research organization. It's a think tank, an independent think tank within the UN, with a very broad mandate to conduct studies, research, forecasting, and foresight to basically contribute to the achievement of a more peaceful world. So within this very broad mandate, we do set our own research agenda, and we are basically in a very privileged position of having one foot in the UN, but also one foot out. And this allows us to play the first important role that I wanted to highlight today, which is the role of the bridge builders. So the bringing together communities, in putting together states with industry, with civil society. We had an event a year ago. I think it was I remember it because it was the last event before the pandemic basically changed completely our ways of working. And it was on responsible vulnerability disclosure, and we brought hackers in the room as well. So it's really a privileged position to be able to convene under the UN flag such a diverse range of stakeholders in the spirit of our academic role and academic freedom. And this, of course, plays and feeds into the second role that I wanted to highlight, which is the role of knowledge providers, knowledge builders. Of course, we exist to support the informed participation of all member states to the various international security and disarmament processes, and we try to channel not only our own the knowledge that we acquire with our own research, but also the wealth of knowledge that exists outside of the institute through our work, through our convening power. And building knowledge has always been important in the cyber domain, but is becoming particularly more important in the context of the UN processes the moment that these processes with the first open-ended working group became open to all member states. That's where you saw really knowledge asymmetry playing an important role in the way and the extent to which different countries were able to engage. So we see ourselves as trying to level the playing field when it comes to the knowledge base. And last but not least, an important role that UNIDIR has been playing over the course of the last 10 to 15 years within the various group of governmental experts that took place since 2004, we always had a role within the team that was supporting the chairperson of each of those processes to really help make sure that the process would run smoothly. So three very different, but I think very important roles that we play. We're also very excited of what the future will bring. Of course, a new open-ended working group with a 5-year mandate is a novelty. It's the first time that there is such a long time horizon. So we're really excited to see how we can support that. Mentioned already the program of action. There is a lot that is brewing in the cyber diplomacy field that we're really looking forward to see how we can support. And of course, we're very proud, in addition to kind of the knowledge that we're providing, we're also been developing over the years a set of tools that member states or civil society or whoever is interested in cyber policy can use. And allow me to do a shout out and shameless self-promotion of our cyber policy portal, which is a very successful tool that has also been recognized as a confidence building tool within the two reports that were agreed earlier this year. Lots of things to talk about, but I'll pause for now and wait for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the confidence building link is actually a really helpful link as I turn to Pablo to talk a little bit about what Chile has been doing and you know, both at the UN on confidence building measures and more broadly. And of course, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you very much, Kaya, and morning to everyone. Well, I'm the cybersecurity coordinator at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I used to be in charge of military affairs, NAMS control here in the ministry. So, but maybe I have to say that my connection with cybersecurity or cyberspace has nothing to do maybe with the ministry. The reason why was because I am a very fan of science fiction. So when I was a teen, I was a great fan of William Gibson, the cyberpunk writers during the 80s, the 90s. So that was my first connection, more cultural things than political one. But when I used to be in charge of military affairs, you know, cyber is going to be very important at the level of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Forces. So we started at our ministry to work this issue in 2013, basically. And it was a very good coincidence because at that moment, the government decides to work in our first national cybersecurity policy. And we other ministry of, I mean, we other agencies, they understood very well about the importance of the international engagement and the role of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So it was a kind of feedback, you know, we learned a lot from them, and they also understood pretty well about what we're going to do at the multilateral bilateral level. And CBMs, as you mentioned, Kaya, was one of the first things I remember. We worked with the Ministry of Defense in 2017. As you know, in our region, CBM has been very important since a long time. And I'm not speaking about cyber, but in general, I mean, CBMs are really, really important in our regions. We took as an example what was done in Europe since the beginnings of the 90s. So I would say that it was a natural step started to work on CBM cyberspace. So in 2017, we started a working group until today. And so far we have 6 CBMs. They are part of the work that is done by the working group. And 4 of them are actually related with cyber diplomacy. The reason for that is because we realized that in our region, it was very important to work in the engagement of Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the cybersecurity and cyberspace, you know, issues. And in some way, it was a need because in my case, every time was the need to talk with someone else in Argentina, Peru, and Colombia. There was no counterpart. So I'm very glad that right now, after several years, it's right now quite easy, I mean, to find out a counterpart in those countries in our region. And also, I would say that discussion and conversation at the UN level also, was a good reason that state can, you know, specialize people and experts, put someone in charge. So it in some way is CBM in itself. Now, of course, this is something that Isaac mentioned very well. The main challenge in our region is implementation. You know, we're very good for this side, for new things, but the implementation, you know, is it's a thing that sometimes we suffer some kind of lag in our regions, and that is connected, of course, with capacity building. I like to say that maybe capacity building is the most strategic subject when it comes to discussion at the multilateral level, because it allows you know, to start other processes. We mentioned this during our session on the POA panel. On Tuesday. For example, if you want to move on the national position about the application of international law, which is something that we definitely could do in Latin America and the Caribbean. You need, to have experts for this. And the only way, to have those experts, thanks to training and capacity building, so far has been done by the OIS and SICTEN, the cybersecurity program. 5 years ago, as I remember, it was not possible for me to find a lawyer, the Minister of Foreign Affairs who was connected or engaged with cyberspace or cybersecurity. So right now, I have, the possibility to work with the kind of lawyers. So I think it will be about time that the state can move on and in this particular issue. So I think it still there's nothing to do. I think in Latin America and the Caribbean, we can also, can work more on the implementation norms. Right now, the OIS has the mandate, to help the state for doing so. We have also, resolution regarding international law and its application in cyberspace. So I think we are at a very good moment in Latin America, to move on this particular agenda. So I think I hope that the next year after this pandemic we can actually come together as the states and trying to in some way to share our experiences, to share our point of view on the implementation norms, CBMs, on the application of international law. That's going to be my comments and feedback for myself. Thank you.
No, thank you. I think that was really helpful, and again, I feel there's lots of positive stuff in there, and so lots of questions that I might have later on around, how do you drive some of the implementation, and also what were some of the things that were really positive and worked well in terms of, bringing more priority to this space, and also from a capacity building perspective. And I think this is an area, because I think we all need to learn, whether it's governments, irrespective of which ones, whether it's the private sector, whether it's the broader multi-stakeholder community. I think it's definitely an area that is evolving quickly, and I think there's a lot of white spaces that still need to be filled. And with that, I actually want to turn to Natalie as well, last but not least, both in terms of Netherlands has been a lead proponent of capacity building efforts, of course, but also we've had the pleasure of working together, not just on the UN processes, but also on the Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation, the Trust Pillar. And there's one of the questions about Global Compact there. So I think also wanted to see, maybe later on in a little bit more detail, but as part of the introduction, whether you wanted to touch upon some of those areas that go beyond just the open-ended working group and the GGE.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kaya. And it is a true pleasure to be on this panel with you and to contribute to this thinking about the future of cyber discussions in and beyond the UN. Just bear with me. Yeah, I want to see you all. My name is Natalie Jarsma. I'm the Ambassador at Large for Security and Security Affairs and Cyber of the Netherlands. I started this position last year in September. And I previously, before I joined the Foreign Service in 2001, worked in the ICT industry. And just to look back and highlight a little bit the things that the Netherlands has done in 2015, for us that was a real important year because our Scientific Council for the Government published a report with advice about the relevance of the public core and how our government should play a bigger role in protecting the public core through the multi-stakeholder model, obviously. In the same year, we hosted the Global Conference on Cybersecurity, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, so on capacity building, was established. the Global Commission on Cyber Stability. We were one of the initiators of that, and the Global Commission, of course, has done great work on norms development and is still doing great work, I think. And indeed, we have been very active in both the GGE and the open-ended working group, but also on the high-level panel process, which later on was changed into the with another name, and now we're in a transition again, I think. But what we're trying to drive here is the is a declaration on security and trust, and I'm happy to talk about that later. Perhaps on what we have seen in the discussions within the open-ended working group, I agree completely with what Isaac said on that the inclusiveness of the dialogue and the multilateral character, that all states are included, is very, very important, and we appreciate that. But in addition to that, it is very important to listen to the expertise of other stakeholders groups, and we really regret the opposition to the greater participation of other stakeholders to this discussion. And we hope that we will find consensus on this issue early next week. And regarding the substance, like Isaac also said, the starting point is really the current acquis. So the agreed normative framework, the reports of the GGEs, and the open-ended working group. The priorities that we see for ourselves is that, in addition to the norms that we have been advocating for in the previous open-ended working group, and we're happy to take that forward, for example, the public core norm. We also would like to see the open-ended working group to share their views on, like all states, on how they see the application of international law in cyberspace, because this would create a better understanding among all, and this could hopefully also include further discussion on international human rights law and international humanitarian law. And this is really, these two are very much a priority for us. We also hope that the open-ended working group will develop a better understanding of the norms, and there is avenue to dive deeper into a common understanding. Indeed, we started addressing some issues such as coordinated vulnerability disclosure in the previous round, but we lacked time to discuss it even more. So those are just a few elements that I wanted to share already with you at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's great to hear that there is across the board there is support for greater multi-stakeholder involvement in the processes. Would love to pick you guys' ideas in terms of how that could be potentially done. But also from the teams listening in as well, I think it would be very helpful to hear suggestions, I think, for all of our participants. The one thing I want to put, and I will ask John to maybe post it, the chair of the open-ended working group has a multi-stakeholder informal session organized next week. And so, please listen in and demonstrate your interest in this area. I think it's important that early on, from a multi-stakeholder community, we signal that that we think this is an important area. But with this sort of the initial set of discussion, I will also, and looking also at some of the questions in the chat, I actually want to turn to Giacomo. We talked a little bit about the things that have gone before and the successes, but it'd be great to hear a little bit about what were the processes so far, and what, we talked about the framework. What is the framework that we talked about? And then also, just because, and like in the chat, there is a fair amount of things about the ad hoc committee on cybercrime to just see what is the difference between the processes and how are they separated. That would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, sure. I'm actually going to start, because it's relatively quickly, at least to do so in a couple of minutes, to explain the difference between the two processes. These are two processes, kind of the OAWG and the GGE in international peace and security. Those are processes that are established within the first committee of the General Assembly that deals with international security. The ad hoc committee is set up by another committee of the General Assembly, the third one, which is normally where issues related to crime are dealt with. So they are reporting to different committees of the General Assembly. They receive their mandate from different bodies, and these bodies in themselves have very different mandates. So the way in general, I see the international cybersecurity and cybercrime is a very elementary school level Venn diagrams, where you have the two circles, and they're both kind of they're clearly very distinctive features. They're, international cybersecurity and cybercrime are not the same thing. They exist in their own merit, but they clearly share an area of overlap in some aspects. So maybe perhaps later on we can talk about that. But that is just to clarify that there are two processes that are set up by different bodies of the UN. So we're not, again, in a condition where under the first committee we had two parallel processes that were the GG and the OAWG. Here they're very, very distinct. But it is your question was really about of course the 2021 reports are fresh in everybody's memory, and the fact that they were both successful and added a lot of substance to previously agreed principles, languages, ideas. I think it's very important. But I think it's also equally important to reflect on the fact that this has been a journey that is over 20 years old, that started with a resolution in 1998 and had the first, in the mid 2000 had the first GG that met, and there were 5 GGs before the last one, so six in total. And in a way, every GG, whether successful or not, has contributed to advancing debates, the negotiations. You could argue that having initially a group, before it was open to every member state, but initially having a group of member states sitting down and talking about these things, had a value of its own. The ability to engage in diplomatic discussions on these issues, of course, it has matured significantly over time. And the framework that you're referring to is, was not built in a day, and each group, in a way, added a foundational stone to what now becomes referred to as the framework. Just to give you a few practical examples, 2010, for example, was a very important year because it was the first time that there was the recognition of states as a potential actor using ICT for malicious purposes. So something that today we take for granted, it wasn't before then. So it was clearly a very important step, because that recognition then triggered the discussion that then led to the development of all the language around the importance of confidence building measures, the importance of cooperative measures among states. So really the emphasis on confidence building and cooperative measures was triggered by the recognition of the fact that states could indeed be actors using ICTs for malicious purposes. And then in 2013, another very important milestone with the recognition that international law applies to the cyberspace. So again, things that since then, particularly those that have come to these debates without all the history, are kind of taken for granted. They're the result of very long and at times complex negotiations among states. Of course, after 2013, the next one, 2015, is probably until the most recent processes. 2015 was considered in a way almost from an international, from a cyber diplomacy perspective, was almost like the golden age, because it really produced, or the golden year that produced both a very important report for the GGE with the articulation of the 11 norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace, in addition to reaffirming everything that was agreed until then. But it was also the first time that the General Assembly adopted by consensus a resolution that called for all member states, so not only those that were part of the GGE, but all member states, to be guided in the use of ICTs by the measures and by the framework presented in that report. And that was a very significant milestone that was achieved. We know that after that, the following GGE did not reach consensus. So the way GGE are formed, you see the mandate that goes in, and if there is consensus, you see the report that comes out. But otherwise, from outside, there isn't really visibility of what are the discussions. But we know that no consensus was achieved. But yet, it was still an important period of time that member states spent to discuss, articulate, and potentially to kind of reinforce the things that they agreed on and further clarify where differences were. So I would like to think that the success of the 2019-2021 processes is rooted in both the successes and the failures of the past. So this is, just to give a very short kind of historical account of how we got to where we are.
That's very helpful, and I think it would be actually it would be interesting, like that last point, to maybe like pull a little bit on it, and and I know it's not an easy question to answer because there's lots of geopolitical and other issues at stake, but it would be great to understand a little bit more about why this past couple of years at the UN. There has been progress. There have been successful reports, and why in 2015 the GDE was not able to get there. Are there lessons learned in there from a state negotiation perspective that allow us to take them into the open-ended working group and move forward? I don't know. Maybe Isaac, that's something. I think you were in the last GGE. Maybe you can touch on what went really well so that we now have a report.
Thank you, Kaya, for this question. And just let me briefly introduce myself, because I realized that in my first intervention, I was very passionate to the topics and very captured by your question, and I didn't introduce myself. I'm Isaac Morales. I'm head of multidimensional security within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. And I emphasize this idea of multidimensional security because actually we see not only cyber, but all related to technology developments and challenges to security in this regard. And also those challenges for development link to the new technologies and new threats and challenges. So I have had the opportunity, having this more comprehensive view, have the opportunity to participate in the different processes, which we believe from Mexico has give us a better understanding of what is happening, why and how are happening these discussions on cybersecurity, on cyberspace, on digital platforms, on digital technologies at the same time. It is key. It is a very fundamental question. Why, and not only from the UN, but why we are able to advance recently at the UN level with both the open-ended working group and the GGE consensus reports, in comparison to previous efforts where simply was not possible to reach a consensus report. I will say, Kaya and colleagues, that the more discussions we have, indeed the better. Of course, we face some challenges when trying to accommodate all these discussions and to advance priorities, to address concerns, etc. But looking at how the international community, not only member states, but the whole international community, are engaging more and more in the multilateral discussions on cyber, it is better for the fora, the formal fora themselves. Which I want to say is perhaps because we had simultaneous processes, an open-ended working group, and a GGE, the pressure coming one to other to reach something, to deliver something, was more than having only one process. Because we expected to deal with some of our concerns, with some of our priorities in one track, and simultaneously presenting the same attitude and approaches to this other track. So perhaps the pressure, the continuous pressure one to another, will in the end help us to reach those consensus. Because at the same time, we were able to deal with some more detailed understandings to the GG channel, for instance, and more broader understandings and perhaps initiatives, for instance, a call to reporting implementation through a survey, etc., on the open-ended working group side. This idea of having multiple and simultaneous processes, of course, it is not the best scenario. The great idea will be having one track, one very big discussion on the whole things of cyber, but that is impossible. So we do need to understand that each of our mandates, each of our commissions, each of our fora has a concrete added value to put in the general track. Of course, we faced some geopolitical, of course, elements, etc., to try to understand and to explain why we recently had results and not before. But beyond that, also it is important to emphasize two elements from my point of view of the recent discussions: inclusivity and appropriation of the discussion. On the inclusivity side, my colleagues actually have developed further because we have many people, many experts, many more countries than in previous conversations. And the appropriation, it is great result of this inclusivity. At the very beginning of these processes, there was this idea that we were facing only a big players conversation. Big players as member states or companies, but only big players. In the end, we now see how it is not related to have all the potential, but the interest to discuss and to contribute from different member states, no matter what level of development, what level of capacity, and also from the multi-stakeholder community, no matter what the main focus, no matter what the capacity or the size of the companies or the organizations, etc. So I will let right here, taking then into account these two elements, the possibility to have simultaneously coherence and complementarity for the processes, the value of inclusivity, and then the appropriation as some possible ways to explain how we face recent discussions and to reach something to deliver. And I will let right here, Kaya.
That is very helpful, and I think maybe I want to, almost build on it and turn towards looking to the future. And we heard a little bit from you, Isaac, about the priorities for Mexico. Sorry, in terms of the what you'd like to see in the new open-ended working group, and particularly in terms of the implementation of the framework, both normative and international law. I think Natalie underlined very similar objectives and highlighted as well the public core. I wanted to see whether Pablo or Henri, you have suggestions there as well in terms of what the priorities should be for the group, because reflecting also some of the questions in the chat, I think there was one that talked all about asked, whether a potentially important thing would be to declare cyberspace an area of peace, which I think would be lovely, but I think probably that boat has sailed. So wanted to sort of see your comments on that.
Who starts? Pablo? I can share a few views if you want. First, I will start from Isaac's points. I totally agree that it's time for each of us to learn to see that we have to face various different questions and that we need dedicated fora for each question. You can understand, for example, that in the first committee, we speak about state behavior and we try to refrain some bad actors. So it cannot be the same conversation as, for example, the future of a human-centric AI, which involved companies and citizens and research, etc. We are in the IGF, the governance of the deep layers of the real deep internet is a multi-stakeholder governance organized under the auspices of the United Nations. That's very important. And if we want to protect this, if we want to continue to have a multi-stakeholder governance of the broad internet, we need to define some places to fix some issues. For example, another completely different issue is the fact that France advocates a fair tax system to be sure that every tech companies will pay a certain level of taxes. And we did propose this in the OECD to elaborate this principle. Each of those fora need to be multi-stakeholder, but we need to build the precise multi-stakeholderism convenient for each of these fora. So that's my first point, and I feel that it's very important. And especially because if we don't understand this, for example, some people will try to fix some issues in the deep layers, directly attacking the internet governance itself. And we don't want this because for 50 years, internet works. And in fact, not so bad. So if we have to fix, I don't know, issues about disinformation from my perspective is a direct consequences of a certain business model, the attention economy. And it's a matter of companies' regulation, not of internet control. You see my point? So considering this, so as I did mention, we lead some initiatives like the POA, like the Paris Call. I could have mentioned the Christchurch Call. I feel that in the Christchurch Call about another topic, which is how to delete terrorist content and violent extremist content in respect of rule of law. In the Christchurch Call, we did work with a lot of civil society organizations, with some states, with companies, with Gift City that was launched by Microsoft and other companies. And together we did define something that seems to us well balanced to remove those content in respect of transparency, with some right to contest the removal, with duty and responsibilities and prerogative of each kind of actors, companies, civil society organizations, states. And we consider that it works, and it did inspire the European regulation about terrorist content, and that's great. So that's how we have to act, and we have our own initiatives, and we will enter. For example, you are asking me about the Open Working Group. So far, I don't know. Monday, we have the first meeting. We will go to this first meeting in a very open approach. We want results. We know that we need to precise a bit more some norms because it remains some gray zone. For example, France, like all Paris Code supporters, discourage hackback. We don't want the companies to make war, to enter in a warfare logic. But of course, we have to be very precise about what is a hackback. We also have to be very precise about due diligences. If we don't want a state to attack another state where is the server used for an attack, we have to be sure that the second state will make everything possible to stop the attack, and we will have to be sure about how we observe this, and we have to be so precise here because we have to respect sovereignty, we have to build transparency. So we have a lot of issues to address, and we decide together. That's an open format. We have a great chair coming from Singapore. He will propose us something. The only thing that I can say is that as Canada and other friends, Australia, we did support a letter to the chair to ask to build a real multi-stakeholder work. But again, the first committee, as was mentioned, is about state behavior, and everyone can understand that a part of this conversation has to be between states, and another part has to be done with the civil society, and we have to build something very precise.
Thank you. This was very helpful. Pablo, do you want to add anything to this?
Thank you, Kaja. I fully agree with Henri and also with Isaac. From the perspective of Chile and maybe from several states in Latin America, of course, I mean, when it comes to this conversation at United Nations, it's very important, I mean, to get some concrete things, concrete steps. You know, we were talking about, for example, the point of contact, which is part of the last report for the Open-Ended Working Group, how useful can be, you know, for having this list at the level of United Nations. Also the survey, you know, national survey that was a proposal by Mexico and Australia, which is a very good one. It's a very good step on trying to understand about the level of implementation of norms. It's a challenge for me every time when we started, I mean, a new process, United Nations, when I have to talk with the national agencies, because they're expecting, I mean, from the outcome of these processes could be something concrete they can probably apply in their daily work. So that's sometimes something is complicated because for them, we are just spending a lot of time having discussion and dialogue, and sometimes the final report is not satisfying for everyone because you have some goals at the very beginning, but then your final goals to reach consensus, so nobody's really satisfied. I have actually mixed emotion, I mean, on regarding the final draft of the Open-Ended Working Groups. And it's remind me when some years ago when Chile decides to join the Budapest Conventions, and there was a lot of discussion about why several states in our regions wanted to join the treaty, you know. And one of the reasons was because there was a lot of chances to get capacity buildings from the Council of Europe, European Union, CPROG, and GLASI projects. So our agencies that were pushing for something concrete in terms of the discussions. So that is I would insist on the idea that, and if me and in terms of priorities for this group, these 5 years, I mean, in coming conversation and dialogue, we can get some things, no matter if there are a few, I mean, little thing or have, for example, the point of contact list that can be useful for the problem we're facing all days. And it's interesting what Henry is mentioned about the due diligence. We're seeing, I mean, how actually President Biden, when talked with President Putin about the one of the groups that were operating from Russian territory, say, okay, is this something you have to do, putting down? I'm going to put it down. And what's interesting in the newspaper, they were referring, I mean, the agreements that were, achieved by international community. That was actually the what was called by the opening of the working group, the DGE. That is something, I mean, can be very practical. I mean, it's something that, of course, I mean, we were also seeing from, in our perspective, that can be interesting in terms of how to deal with that. So that is something I would like to expect more for this group to, have some concrete outcomes, concrete results. Capacity building is still very important. As I said before, a strategic element in terms of move on in other subjects. So in terms of priorities, something I would like to see. And about what you're saying, the idea of declaring the cyberspace, that's the, how you say, Kaya, like a free or, I mean, well, it's remind me also discussion about outer space, I mean, right now is, of course, I mean, not placing weapons there. But also remind me, I mean, of the other processes regarding emerging technologies. For example, the lead autonomous weapons system that we're having the discussion in Geneva has been even probably more complicated than our discussion on cyberspace, And also in that photo, we're talking about the application of international law, international humanitarian law. It's a problem about emerging technologies, When it comes to this new technology, of course, the states want, in some ways, taking advantage of using them, and take some benefit about it. So I think this is also, I mean, why it could be a problem when it comes to trying to find a common understanding of the application of international law. I'm a little bit pessimistic about this possibility. I'm more optimistic that a state can move on their own national positions. But as some kind of, agreement or common understanding, I think it's still very difficult, because those common understanding usually they come after a major crisis, after, I don't know, saying cyber war or something like that. But in a situation when people, states realize that things are maybe out of control, so we have to put some rules of the game, and that way we can create some kind of stability at the global level.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I think one of the points that you mentioned is really important, I think, for everybody to hear, which is it's not a successful compromise if not everybody is unhappy a little bit, right? So I think that's kind of the nature of negotiations. And I think we can all hope and put pressure on certain things to move. But at the end of the day, there are different people who have different opinions, different countries, different groups as well. I would also, and I think we'll turn to Natalie next. I think the point that Henri mentioned around, and you as well, Pablo, about the different fora and that they have different roles. I think it's important. They kind of reflect some of the questions there in the chat as well, which were kind of like, why are there so many different discussions? And I think it's important to remember they have a different purpose. Even if it's cyber, it would be very difficult to make progress on all things cyber at the same time. So having narrower ones within the UN, like laws or the GGE, and without and outside the UN, like the Paris call and the hackback discussions, for example, I think, which fully agree with your points there. I think, is important to sort of make sure that we move forward. perhaps more slowly, I think that a lot of us in civil society and industry would like, but that we actually continue to move forward. And I think with that, Natalie, do you want to talk a little bit about the high-level statement on trust and security and sort of what it is, the thinking behind it, and what we can do to help?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kaya, for that question. Indeed, the group of co-champions for recommendation 4 of the report of the high-level panel that we are part of, but also Microsoft is part of it, other countries, has been looking at trust and security from a very broad perspective and to connect it with already universally endorsed objectives, such as the Sustainable Development Goals. And we also anchored it within principles agreed in the context of the World Summit on Information Society and its 10-year review, such as the importance of multi-stakeholderism and adopting a human-centric approach where respect for human rights is central. Because in an ever more connected environment, trust and security are crucial to achieve those objectives and vice versa. We also considered the importance of trust and security for meaningful connectivity and for vulnerable groups and its relation to economic and social growth. And we were conscious of not duplicating already existing mechanisms, but to look at how to reinforce and complement them. And based on those thoughts, there is now a working paper that a group of champions put together and recently discussed with the constituents of the group. And the group is constituted of a wide variety of stakeholders, civil society, private sector, governments. But we feel like greater consultation could enrich our thinking and vision. And the idea is therefore to publicize this paper more broadly and get the views of a wider group of stakeholders. And we're looking into using platforms such as the IGF, the regional IGF, and other platforms to consult and collect views on the paper. And given the recently published Common Agenda of the UN Secretary General that includes the proposal for a digital compact, our work in the context of the UN Secretary General's roadmap, including through the working paper, will hopefully then be an important contribution to the digital compact. That having said, the Common Agenda is still hot off the press, so there's still a lot of thinking to be done on how to take this forward. So please stay tuned and let us know if you would like to be involved and or consulted to improve the working paper on trust and security. And if you would like to receive a copy, I'm on LinkedIn, and please shoot me a message.
Thank you. And I think it's a I would say, I mean, obviously we're involved, but it's a great opportunity for everybody to contribute thoughts and ideas and actually work together on something that is hopefully concrete that states can then take on. You know, as Henri said, a lot of these issues have to be decided by states. States are both the regulators and have specific responsibilities to us as citizens, not just necessarily industries. But if we're able to shape, put suggestions and sort of help input our expertise, I think that hopefully they can make better decisions. And with that, I actually wanted to touch on the open-ended working group, the POA, as well as sort of in the role of multi-stakeholderism in these processes. I think this is a question that came up again and again in the questions on the chat. Would love, would love to hear and thank you again for supporting multi-stakeholder inclusion in your efforts going into the modalities discussions. But we'd love to hear what your ideas, suggestions on how multi-stakeholders could be involved in the coming open-ended working group. I know there's some chat about potentially a session earlier in the week or the week before for every time there is a formal session. There's talk of intersessionals, breakfast. I know nothing has been confirmed, but would love to hear your suggestions in terms of what would be a good way forward, and also particularly what would be helpful to you as state representatives to hear from the multi-stakeholder community. I don't care who takes it. I'm gonna pick on Isaac.
Actually, I was trying to raise my hand. Okay, thank you. This is a great moment to put this question on the table, because we are just a couple of days before having this substantive session of the open-ended working group. First of all, I would like to emphasize that we recently had an open-ended working group process, which had some contributions coming from the multi-stakeholder community, and these contributions resulted key for the developments and the language that we could reach for a consensus report. So it's not only narrative, but actually it's experience that now we have how multi-stakeholder community can contribute to advance and to support or actually help member states to reach some agreements and to reach some joint results. The second element that I will say, it's basically on the experience on how was the formula and modalities for this recent open-ended working group. From my point of view, and I believe that at least the representatives of member states that we are joining this conversation agree on, we do need more. I mean, it was good having a very first step, having multi-stakeholder community in different opportunities in the last open-ended working group. But I sincerely believe that we need to go beyond the previous modalities. But at the same time, I am also conscious about the consensus and the discussions and the negotiations at UN level. And sometimes the consensus could be very good, but other times, for instance, to advance better modalities for the inclusivity or to include more multi-stakeholder participation, sometimes the consensus, it's not the best scenario, because some other member states, some countries will prefer to keep previous modalities, or actually some of them stepping back what we had recently. So being very conscious about this, I sincerely believe that we, and by the way, Mexico has also co-signed this letter asking the chair in a very respectful way to address this issue and to go beyond what we recently had. And taking into account, by the way, recent experiences at the UN level. But by saying this, I will emphasize that we do need to push together, not only governments, but international community, to have a better and a more comprehensive participation of these stakeholders in the future or the new open-ended working group. But at the same time, we do need to further advance together as community, separately, not only from the formal setting, to take better use, to advance better use of the intersessional periods, for instance. So perhaps having more, not only formal, but informal discussions, having more, I sincerely was very surprised, and on the question on the chat of how the IGF could address some of the open-ended working group discussions, and perhaps why not submitting something from the IGF to the open-ended working group. I mean, everything is open, and we can try to do some of these movements at the formal level in the multilateral setting, taking into account the simultaneous ways and the simultaneous conversations that we are having at UN level, as Natalie also referred to the roadmap of the Secretary General. We can find something coming from that and the multi-stakeholder approach to introduce in the open-ended working group. So I have no clear question, but I sincerely want to emphasize this. We had recent experience, and this experience allows us to say it's not narrative, but it's concretely the experience on how the multi-stakeholder community contribute to these conversations. The second, taking into account that experience to try to go beyond, and the third, also to be prepared, all of us, to make better use of not the formal, but informal and interseasonal periods and conversations. Thanks.
Thank you. This is very helpful, and I see there's positive response in the chat as well. I also wanted to turn, and this I am going to terribly mispronounce this, to Yik-chan, hopefully, because I think you have some comments.
Yes, thank you. Just to mention that I'm both from the academia circle, because from the GigaNet, the academic network for internet governance scholar, and also from the multi-stakeholder group of the API IGF, and also the China IGF. So I'm the MSG for both regional IGF. So actually, some of my colleagues actually studied the OEWG and the GGE. Many academians actually studied the process. They analyze all these documents. And so I have two suggestions. The first of all is that I look at all this submission. The NGOs or the university, they submit their proposal or recommendation to the OWEG's consultation process. I found that actually many of them actually is from very famous or the famous international organizations such as APC or from the University of Oxford. And so I wonder, is there any way we can improve the delivery of the message, even for the open call, to somewhere which is not prominent, like the south part of the international spheres, or even the South African groups or Asia groups, there's none of them actually submit their recommendation to the consultation. I was really surprised. So this is the first thing. So is there any channel we can improve, for example, either through the regional IGF, and to deliver the message? There's an opportunity for us to participate in that debate as multi-stakeholder groups, for example, through the regional IGF channels. And the second thing is about whether we can also include more academians, to that discussion. Yeah, I think that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that was really helpful, and I think an important point to raise. I think if there's an ability to bring in voices from around the world, I think that would be really important, whether it's through regional IGF, regional organizations, but also I would probably say in particular as the discussions on implementation rather, I think through the conversations with local state representatives, no, not just at the UN itself, but direct conversations with states, I think are avenues to go forward. And because we are really quickly running out of time, I wanted to pose a question to all of you. And having said that, I also hope that Giacomo will talk a little bit about their experience with bringing in stakeholders and also Henri will talk a little bit about what they have envisioned for the POA, in particularly from the multi-stakeholder perspective. But the Uber question I want to ask is, if you look ahead 5 years on the other side of the open-ended working group, what are the successes you want to see in this space for both cyber diplomacy, for norms, for international law, and just stability of cyberspace? Just love to hear some positive thoughts, I think, to end. I don't know. Natalie, do you want to go first this time?
Sure. I consider this my Christmas wish list for cyber. So let's be very optimistic. I really hope that in the coming years we will develop a greater common understanding of the normative framework with all UN members, including on how cybersecurity and human rights are complementary, mutually reinforcing and interdependent, and on what applying human rights in the digital environment concretely means. Second, I hope that more countries will have been able to articulate their views on how international law actually applies in cyberspace, so contributing to more security and stability in cyberspace. I hope that the open-ended working group will have served as a useful platform for confidence building and to nicely complement other processes within the UN and outside the UN. And I really hope that the 5 years of the open-ended working group will deliver on constructive and pragmatic discussions anchored in reality, based on evidence and concrete case scenarios. So we really need the multi-stakeholders for that. So that we can actually agree on action-oriented solutions and proposals how to implement the normative framework, including through the POA. And I really hope that we also find new and creative way to have the multi-stakeholder community more engaged with these UN processes. And finally, on a broader note, I'm hoping that we will be able to finalize the WISES Plus 20 review in a spirit of consensus, and will be able to put our differences away to preserve a human-centric approach for an open, free, secure, and interoperable internet that is supported by the multi-stakeholder model. That's my Christmas list. Thank you.
That is ambitious. Thank you. Giacomo, do you want to go next?
Sure. It is hard to follow that. But I think from my perspective, my wish list would include, let's hope it doesn't take 5 years to see something being produced by the process. Because right now, with the processes being, 12, 18 months length, there was always like the final report was kind of the one and only measurable outcome that states were working towards. 5 years is a long time if that is, the only end game. So I hope that these 5 years will be used to definitely go deeper into some of the discussions, but also produce, as the discussions proceed, some additional actionable outcomes that can be then used to implement. Also, because in the ICT space, 5 years from now, it's the environment might change significantly. I also hope that there will be just adding a little nuance to the point that Natalie made about the engagement, the multi-stakeholder engagement. I think so far, there is this idea that multi-stakeholder community is often referred to as a single group, but they're not. It's not only even within industry, which industry are we talking about? And different types of industry could have very different propositions and contributions that they could make. So hopefully I hope that in the next 5 years, there will be an evolution of the understanding of what multi-stakeholder actually means and how different actors can contribute in different way, whether they are from industry or academia or civil society. There's not just one big group. There are nuances there that could be useful. Thank you.
And that is most definitely true. Henri?
Yes, in 1 minute. So first, I hope that states will have sincerely agreed to prohibit certain behaviors, and we will work on it in the United Nations. But that's not enough. So then I hope that we will make this while continuing to have a multi-stakeholder based on human rights governance of internet itself. And maybe we can open this conversation with the Paris Call or the POA. You know, digital is pretty much the only industrial sector that doesn't have safety standards. There are standards for the automotive, for space, for energy industries, but not for digital. And I hope that we will build this framework in the next 5 years. And this is about global security, but also this can have consequences in terms of behaviors of the states.
For sure. Pablo?
Thank you, Kadra. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit pessimistic. It's my nature. I'm trying to be optimistic as Natalie, but you know, my real wish list on cyber is we can into the future we can actually set up the POA, which I think I put in my all hopes and dreams in this idea, which I think is really good. It fits quite well about our needs today, and of course I think it's a kind of irony that we are discussing about the inclusion of multi-stakeholder in our open-ended working group. I mean, the word open, looks like it's not so open, and I think it's something that probably we should fix in some way. But I would say that from my perspective, I'm not so ambitious because I think the differences are huge. It's something we have to be realistic about that point. So just maybe concrete things, little details that can make the difference we can get from 5 years of discussion could make the difference maybe into the future.
And definitely last but not least, and I hope a little bit more optimistic, although I definitely recognize the realism, Isaac.
Thank you very much, Kaya. I'm not sure if it is pessimistic or optimistic, but it is indeed that we will be here in 5 years, I suppose. So taking that into account, I of course I will hope to see first more people getting access to these platforms and technologies, more experts and other countries, no matter the development, engage in these conversations. Of course, more gaps bridged, but all of this in a more certain, stable, and of course, secure scenario. And to reach that, I sincerely believe that if we go on the track of more implementation, more reporting of this implementation, and then more accountability and more capacity to share and more cooperation to offer, taking into account of all of these elements, we will be able to reach that perhaps better scenario in these multilateral settings and conversations. Thank you so much for the opportunity for share these positive views.
Thank you, and thank you everybody. I know we're 3 minutes late, but thank you everybody for in case of I feel a lot of you getting up absurdly early to join us in this conversation, and also for the audience, I think there's been a very lively chat discussion. So hopefully we'll see a lot of you in the open-ended working group multi-stakeholder conversation next week as well. And thanks again. This was a fantastic insight into what is going on at the UN at the moment.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, hello. Dear participants, greetings. Hello, everyone. Happy to see so many faces, already familiar faces, and I'm even more happy to welcome those participants who are with us online, as we are fully hybrid for this year's IGF, and we are tremendously thankful to the United Nations, DESA, and IGF Secretariat, and of course to our amazing host country. We have a representative of the host country here who is leading the preparations and ongoing discussions of the Youth Summit, first ever Youth Summit, if I'm not confusing, at least of this scale. We have also with us our colleague Alim Hapu from Center for for Global IT Cooperation. My name is Roman Chukov. I am outgoing MAG member in the IGF. I've been working here for IGF in 3 years, and it was the best year, I think, so far, because we eventually, after the pandemic, had an opportunity to meet up in hybrid, and I hope that the pandemic will be overcome by next years. And of course, you know, as Russia will be presiding in IGF in 2025, we will be happy to see you all there in person. Dear friends, we now witness a drastic change in our digital behavior, in our everyday life, because more and more influence is being exposed by the social media, by our digital services, and we just, even now, we speak online, and we want young people to be fully protected. This is very important, because when we were young, the technologies were not so much developed, and we didn't have so many risks. This is why we believe that the younger generation, who we are now, should also be protecting the future generations, and even already now brainstorming how we should do it. Even in the Secretary General's recent Our Common Agenda, it was stated that it's very important to take care about future generations. So this is what we wanted to discuss today. We actually wanted to give the floor to our amazing organizers of the IGF Youth Summit, to Emilia. And how did it go? Let us know what was the result, how young people contributed to joint work. Please, you have 5 minutes just to tell us about this amazing experience. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, it's working. Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here, for inviting me to speak a few words here. Thank you for this opportunity. I am one of the members of the steering committee of Youth IGF Poland, and together with 2 other youth initiatives, this year we organized the Youth Summit. And the idea of this summit was something that evolves from the consultations we were having last year with other young people, and a lot of people brought up an issue that, you know, we have these youth summits, we have the IGF each year, and there's a lot of talking, but after that, not so much happen. So how we can make sure that our ideas are not just, you know, we are not just throwing them in the air. So actually the postulates we are making, the messages we are creating, they will be delivered to somebody, to some stakeholder groups. So that's why we really wanted to put in the central point how youth could become more included into the policymaking processes, like how they could really have an influence. So that's how we came with the idea of the Project Youth Summit. We wanted to start the preparations early, so our postulates would be very well prepared. So we had an open call for applications. A lot of people applied, and the level was really, really high. It was a very, very hard choice, but we chose the best 80 people, and they worked in 8 thematic groups on different fields of internet governance. And each group was led by the coordinator, who was a youth expert from the Youth Observatory or Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. So I think that in this project we had 3 really innovative elements. Like the first one is that we have started preparations to the Youth Summit so early. So it took almost, I think, 3 months. The second thing, that it was the result of the work of not only one initiative, but 3 of them. So I guess we just managed to gather more perspectives into this project. And the third one is that instead of messages, we came up with the idea of points of action. So something like a one step further. Each point of action would answer to 3 questions. The first one, what is the challenge we can observe in the particular area of internet governance? The second one, what is the possible solution? And the third one, and it is something very important, to whom this point of action is targeted, like who could help young people in implementing those ideas, those solutions. Because, usually as young people, we don't have much power, much resources ourselves. So we just need the support of other stakeholder groups, of other parties like private sector or government or some intergovernmental organizations. So that's why we wanted those points of action to be targeted to somebody. And we had a great opportunity to present those points of action at this Youth Summit. And what I think is the next step is just delivering them as wide as possible and delivering them to the people they are addressed to. So I guess that in a nutshell, this would be the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give a huge round of applause to our organizers. You are not ready for such situation. Dear colleagues, yes, it's great to hear when young people are creating opportunities for self-realization for other young people. And of course, digital sphere now gives us not only risks, but also opportunities. And this year also was an inaugural one for us in Russia, where first time ever we've held the first youth Russian IGF as a part of NRIs. And I think it would be great to know some very, very interesting consequences, because our young people also finished the work with some youth message, youth communique, action plan, I don't know, all different names. And the idea was to hold a very, very practical approach and try to implement such initiatives in reality. So, for instance, one of the ideas was to invite young people to have their representative in digital sphere for communication with governments, business, civil society organizations, universities, other youth entities, NGOs, and we called it like a digital youth ombudsperson, ombudsman or ombudswoman, or just youth ombuds team, as it turned out in our case, because we've elected 3 people, and that would be amazing if these people also can briefly comment the results of their work. I think that we can even show you some video. So please, dear colleagues, can you kindly help us?
Это интернет. За его более чем 30-летнюю историю он изменился не раз. Сначала он был вот таким, потом таким и даже таким. Сейчас же он выглядит так. При условии, конечно, что вы смотрите этот ролик в 2020 годах. Но с развитием цифровых технологий, к сожалению, появляются теневые стороны прогресса, негативные последствия и реальные угрозы. Многие из нас не знают, что делать в подобных ситуациях, а такие понятия, как цифровая безопасность и цифровая гигиена для некоторых и вовсе не знакомы. Но на каждое действие всегда есть равное противодействие.
Привет! Меня зовут Дмитрий Гуляев, и я молодежный цифровой омбудсмен. Моя главная задача – защищать твои права в цифровом пространстве. Интернет – это не только возможности, прогресс и знания, но это также и вызовы, с которыми мы сталкиваемся ежедневно. Команда молодежного цифрового омбудсмена продвигает правила использования интернета и технологий во благо. Вместе мы поддерживаем молодежные инициативы и ведем общественные проекты. Если хочешь узнать больше о нашей работе или нуждаешься в поддержке и защите, заходи на сайт.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This was an example of one of the initiatives from the Youth Russian Internet Governance Forum, where you see there is already a website, youthombudsman.ru. You can check it. And what I wanted to do now, I wanted to give the floor to these people who are very inspired and active in the sphere of protecting youth and children rights online and creating relevant opportunities among many opportunities which are happening now. Young people should be somehow helped, navigated, and hopefully my colleagues will tell you how through their action in our country they see it, which you potentially can do also in your countries, because we believe it should be kind of open franchise, so people can just do the same, maybe through the IGF NRIs in their countries. So I'm very honored to give the floor to Dmitry Gulyaev, Digital Youth Ombudsperson of Russia.
Dear participants of the IGF, dear friends, greetings from Moscow. My name is Dmitry Gulyaev, and I have been the Youth Digital Ombudsperson in Russia since April 2021. Here is a brief introduction of what I do and the problems I tackle. Every day, children and youth around the world face violations of their rights online, such as cyberbullying, cybergrooming, catfishing, and so on. Sometimes, young users do such things themselves without realizing that it is harmful or illegal. The question is, where can young people go to get help and guidance? Many of them hesitate or fear to talk directly to psychologists or teachers or even their parents. The virtual generations wants a real dialogue, a trusted person to discuss these issues with. This is how the idea of the Youth Digital Ombudsperson came into being. Me and my team are peers of young people who speak the same language as they do. We share the concerns and face the same issues online. We do not lecture, we use innovative and creative forms of dialogue. We defend the rights and interests of young people online and build bridges between youth and other stakeholders, such as business, civil society, the state, and the international community, to engage them in a dialogue on topical issues that young people face in the digital sphere. We help young people promote their IT projects, ideas, and startups by giving them an opportunity to present themselves and participate in public IT events. And now, I'm asking my teammates to provide you with more details of what we have achieved so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dmitry. We kindly ask our team to also run the little presentation for you, so our colleagues can comment. I don't know, should we... Alim, are you clicking the slides? Yeah? So just click it where it should be, and I am also very welcoming Mr. Alexei Starikov, who is from GIMO University, our leading international affairs university. And Alexei, are you with us? Can you please tell us
yes, hello everyone.
How do you see your work?
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a pity that it was not possible for me to participate offline, but I'm very glad to see everyone in Zoom. So, well, here's the overview of our work. Our team, as Dmitry already mentioned, has only been active for 6 months, quite a short period of time, but we have already gained some considerable practical experience, and we are eager to share it with you today. We are proud to say that since April, we have managed to hold one event almost every week. It was quite intense and engaging. Around 600 school children, students, their parents have participated in our workshops, roundtables, and other interactive activities. And their feedback was the best part of it. Some of them said they hadn't really realized the possible impact of or seriousness of their actions online. Others changed their attitude to certain problems such as cyberbullying. We were also involved in expert discussions. The Youth Digital Ombudsperson has joined 3 expert councils of various public organizations and taking part in 20 experts and 10 major events with a digital agenda, including St. Petersburg Economic Forum and Eastern Economic Forum. So it's more than 30 in total. In addition, we have an ambition to work in regions. You probably know that Russia is a huge country. It consists of 85 entities with their own cultural peculiarities, traditions, and history. So given these facts and the workload spreading the institute across Russia actually seems to be a daunting task. However, we have already engaged the representatives of 7 Russian regions, both the administration and young people themselves. We have been to Krasnodar, Vladimir, Khanty-Mansiysk, and other cities. And we are also trying to scale up by creating our own major dialogue platforms. Just a couple of weeks ago, a forum called the Internet for Youth took place at MGIMO University. More than 400 people, young people, along with top experts in public administration, IT, and business, discussed digital opportunities and risks for youth. Thus, we have joined the larger process of developing self-regulation on the internet, and we are determined to make our own contribution. However, let us not forget that our priority is defending the rights and interests of young people online. And with this in mind, we have developed a special platform called Digital Assistance on our website. I think it's going to be on the next slide. Alim, could you please change the slides of the presentation? Okay, this digital platform is meant to be a bridge between young people who encountered rights violations in the digital environment and experts, institutions, and bodies that are ready to support them. Everything is simple and intuitive. You need to fill in a short online form. The first step is to indicate the type of the problem you faced, from cyberbullying to data protection. You can see all of the topics at the bottom of this slide. And if none of them suits, you can choose other. Then you describe the situation, state how it affects your well-being, and submit the form. If you do not want to disclose personal information, you can send your message anonymously. The message then will be analyzed and directed to a group of experts who will give you step-by-step instructions on how to proceed best in your situation and which relevant authorities you may contact to solve the problem. And then they can also give advice on what to do next and how to avoid possible negative consequences. Of course, I have not described all the activities of the Youth Digital Ombudsperson. But I hope that I've managed to convince you that our institution works hard and deserves the attention at the international level. We are trying to use all our strengths and capabilities to share our experience with both national and international society. So we have a lot to share with you, and we are ready to absorb and implement your best practices. At this point, I would like to give the floor to my colleague Alim. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I hope so. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who came to today's session, either online or here on site in Katowice. It's really a great honor to be a speaker at the IGF and especially discuss matters of youth empowerment, as my colleagues from Poland, from Youth IGF Summit, and my colleagues from WIDO team, Youth Digital Ombudsperson team mentioned before. We have a whole new track dedicated to youth empowerment. But while discussing the perspectives and future development of the WIDO institution at large, I think it is absolutely vital to go back to the origins of this initiative, as WIDO, Youth Digital Ombudsperson Institute, was established on the grounds of the first Youth Russian Internet Governance Forum, as Roman mentioned before. It's a brand new event that started off on 6th of April 2021 and is held annually as a part of large UN IGF ecosystem, or family, as we called it sometimes. One of the main tracks of this forum, of our forum, is youth empowerment, definitely. And I think it is our common goal just as much as it is a point for action for all stakeholders. Within this delicate and certainly crucial agenda, we strive to provide young individuals like the ones who join us here today with opportunities, with real opportunities for personal and especially professional growth in this new digital age. YouthRIGV, as in short we call it, is set as a bridge that unites generations, countries, and communities across Russia and even beyond. The next forum will be held on April 6, 2022. You're actually all invited to it. We will be glad to have such a massive participation from international community from all countries around the world. And it will host several key tracks that I think should be priority areas for future IGFs as well, such as youth and child safety on the web, the future of jobs, metaverses, as we were surprised this year with Zuckerberg's announcement. I think it's quite important we discuss these issues. Destructive content moderation, and a special attention this year, next year, will be given to cybersports and general perception and prospects of e-gaming in our age. In addition, there are certainly ambitious plans to establish a WIDO grant, Youth Digital Ombudsperson grant, a special award that will be awarded for impact-oriented social digital projects and IT startups, and thereby provide young individuals, talented individuals, not only with information, but also financial support. As a part of this endeavor, WIDO team tries to attract partners from the public, business, and technical community to provide a full support for youth initiatives. All in all, YouthRIGV is expanding, growing. It is becoming stronger every year, serving as a platform for young, agile, and those who are ready for action. The WIDO Institute is also on the path of scaling, as my colleague has mentioned, Alexei. In the near future, it is expected to expand in numerous regions of Russia and go even further in its pursuit of ensuring protection and representation of human rights on the internet. Now, allow me to elaborate a little bit on the prospects of international promotion of the WIDO initiative. So, in 2021, the result of the YouthRIGV was the establishment of the Youth Digital Ombudsperson and Youth Communique, that was a collection of ideas, aspirations, and concepts from youth in Russia that saw the development of digital environment and world in general, and recommendations, some basic recommendations for international organizations and international society at large. And it is expected that by 2022, the idea, the very concept of protection of rights of children, of youth, representation of youth, and youth empowerment on the web will go globally. By the year 2022, we expect to scale the WIDO Institute internationally, to promote it more and more, so that more and more UN member states can join this initiative and work together in this multi-stakeholder approach. Because, as Emilia here mentioned, we need to involve all actors, not just youth or government, but also public sector, technical community. We need to have a dialogue with IT platforms. We need to engage and we need to involve youngsters and those who are making decisions, policymakers, everyone who is interested and everyone who matters. And all we need, of course, is youth. Yeah. I'd like to say just, thank you very much. And if you have some questions after the discussion or right now, we have a mic, you can ask them, always direct them to us, to any speakers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Alim, Alexei, and Dmitry, you did a great work. And we still have more than 30 minutes to proceed with several online speakers from different corners of the world. And also we'll be happy if you or other participants in the chat are requesting the floor. As Fred kindly advised in the chat, and I'm tracking the chat just in case, you can kindly write your questions there or raise your hand in Zoom or here when we come to the stage of Q&A. So, shall we try to move to other regions' experiences and aspirations? I don't know if Jenny Shanshila is already with us, who is a quite active young person from Latin America. Jenny, do you hear us? Let us hear and see you.
Good morning.
Hello. Can you tell us how...
Well, it's good morning here.
Thank you. Sorry that we are speaking to you at so early hour in Latin America, but kindly tell us what young people there know, want, and dream about in the digital sphere. Why do you think we should protect youth and children online, and how to ensure that youth have more possibilities, and how we tackle the risks, please?
Thank you so much. And as I told you, it's good morning here, but I am happy to be in this forum. And I am Jenny Chinchilla from El Salvador. I am a woman with disability. El Salvador is in Latin America and in Central America to be specifically. And so I am a user of a wheelchair. And I think it's the importance of internet access more in this pandemic context for everything, for children, for young people. The connection of internet to be online with so many data is important, but at the same time, it's a double tools for so many things because also putting risks at young people, but at the other time, give us a lot of tools and knowledge to access the study, work opportunity, etc. But a young woman with disability, I consider the necessity of protecting all young online, not just in a region, in different regions, including in my region that is Latin American. Why is important? Because at the same time we have access to internet to be online, but we need to put in order also the information and the access because put in risk people and in young people also. But I support the idea. I support the idea to be, for example, I don't pronounce this very exactly this word, but one person each country. I don't know if I say that's word, but put in order as a people to be expecting and to be and making this decision on internet. And I think please don't put ahead no more side of people with disability, young with disability, because young with disability, we are not a problem. We want to be part of the solution.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Jenny.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
We are so happy that you are with us, and again, this is a very, very important part of holding all these events of the IGF in hybrid, because you see, we can connect to different corners of the world, and this is truly inspiring, because recently, in previous years, maybe we did not really appreciate it that much, because we knew that we can travel, but it's important. And actually, yes, as Jenny also underlined the necessity to keep young people with disabilities online with the same amount of opportunities, this is exactly the internet. And hopefully, internet can be safe and giving opportunities for young people and children. And let us now move back to Russia, where several greatest companies have launched together an alliance on protection of children online in the digital sphere. And our dear colleague Oleg Abdurashidov is with us. Oleg, do you hear us? Can you tell us about your work? How do you, why did you create the alliance? What is on your agenda? How can you help in protecting children and youth online? Please.
I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
And thank you, IGF, and good day to all the participants. Well, my name is Oleg. I work at Kaspersky, and it is my honor to be here today to represent the Alliance for Children's Safety in Digital Environments from actually an unusually cold Moscow. Even for December, it's freezing out there. So the question is, why do we need to talk about children's safety if young people right here in this room, or young people we talk about when we talk about young generation, are in fact the first true generation of digital natives? I have once asked my 16-year-old daughter if she remembers the world without the internet, and of course she doesn't. For as long as she remembers, connectivity has always been an important part of her life, and Googling is a skill now. So indeed, the internet has brought tremendous benefits to the generation of digital natives. It has changed the way young people communicate, it changed the way we study, the way we or they interact with the world. Of course, it opened up new avenues for self-expression, for self-actualization. It created new jobs, new hobbies, and entirely new global communities. But what it has also created is a digital world that would be often unfamiliar to the parents of these young people, like to us. The physical world we live in, for instance, has some inbuilt security measures aimed at protecting kids. We have, for instance, we have special road signs in front of schools. We have age restrictions for alcohol consumption or adult content. And we only let young people drive cars after a certain age and after a long training. So in short, the entire societies help us as parents and as young citizens to navigate our life in the physical world safely. And this is not exactly the case in the digital domain. So you may have truly talented personalities on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. But in addition to those guys, the digital and talented girls and everyone else, the digital world is inhabited by fraudsters, extortionists, sexual predators, and scammers that are normally only a few clicks away. Surfing the web, unsuspecting kids may stumble upon a pornographic content or violent content without any warning, or with a warning that is easy to ignore and bypass. So the threats our kids or you guys, you girls, you young generation face online, such as cyberbullying or the so-called sexual grooming, are in magnitude greater than anything previous generation may have faced within the walls of a traditional school or within the communities they live in. And these issues are taking a heavy, heavy toll on the youth psychological health and well-being. So it is this genuine concern about safety and health and well-being of our own kids that brought together the leading internet, telecom, and media companies of Russia to create the Alliance for Children's Safety in Digital Environments early this year. So the Alliance, we are a self-regulating industry body that works together with representatives of the civil society, of NGOs, academia, government, to help create a digital environment, the digital spaces where younger generation can grow, learn, develop, and express themselves safely, and where we guarantee accessibility, inclusivity, and equality for all those newcomers and younger generation. We are not unique, of course. Similar alliances work across the globe. For instance, European Alliance to Better Protect Minors Online was established in 2017 with the same concerns in mind. Another pan-European body, CO Coalition to Make a Better Internet for Kids, brings together the companies committed to take positive action to make internet safer for minors. So another example could be the initiative of the Ministry of Information and Communications of Vietnam, of Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, and a range of other countries that are genuinely concerned about the issue. So in this area, we can also tap into the rich expertise developed by the international organization, such as, for instance, UNICEF and ITU's joint guidelines for industry on online child protection and OECD Council recommendation on children in the digital environment. Where we somewhat differ is that we are looking to build an environment where rules are created through dialogue with the entire society, not just outsourced to the lawmakers or to the industry self-regulation or to the industry bodies alone. Because we are talking about questions like ethics, morals, well-being, safety, traditions, innovations, and these are all things that need to be discussed in a broader group of people. So, and in our first project, the Voluntary Digital Ethics Charter contains 5 core principles that we believe are important. That includes respecting individual rights of a child, share responsibility for digital health and well-being of children, confidentiality and personal data protection of minors, inclusivity and accessibility. I have heard from the conversation today that this is an important issue that we need to address. And of course, mutual respect of shared values and different culture. So we believe that safer digital space require us, that we all together as parents, as businesses, as teachers, as ombudspersons, as developers, as regulators, as volunteers, and as users, in short, as members of the modern digital societies, that we work together to make this world safer. And this is why we invite like-minded organizations in Russia to support the Charter by voluntarily agreeing to follow the simple ethical principles when working with kids and adolescents. To do so, you only need to notify through form on our website. It could be found on the page internetforkids.ru/charter. And we are proud to have many signatories already, as well as new members to our consultancy board, including representatives of Russian youth organizations like the Youth Internet Ombudsman present here. And we're also calling the global technology and media companies to consider joining the alliance, since in the digital world, there are no borders. But what we probably need is a little more of safe space for our youngest, most vulnerable, and yes, most important users. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Oleg. And this is a tremendous initiative, and we really hope that this experience can also be shared and widely explored by other private sector stakeholders globally. Because, again, what can be more important than the sustainable, safe, and prosperous life of future generations? And in order to keep them safe and promote digital technologies which would serve the humanity, help us realize even more potential, this is, of course, important to start from the early age. And it's a great honor to see that so huge and well-known companies from Russia united the efforts. This is just amazing. You know that the best initiatives are those convened from the grassroots level, or in our case, when business who understand their audience, that these are also their future clients and future employees, team members. They are already now trying to make this bridge to their safe childhood, and then, of course, they are entering the adult life. And I don't know if David Okpatuma from Nigeria is already online with us.
Yes, I am, Roman. Hello.
Excellent. David, please let us know how do you find those initiatives and ideas which were just outlined by previous speakers? What is the African Union example on how do you work with young people in the digital sphere? And what do you think about those initiatives like Digital Youth Ombuds people globally?
All right, thank you so much, Roman, for such a question. And borrowing a leaf from what previous speakers have said, it is no doubt that the digital space needs to be as inclusive as possible, carrying and bearing in mind that everybody, every group of people, every demography needs to be represented, protected, safe, and secure in the digital space. So, as regards Africa and the requirements for an ombudsman, ombuds people, it is without mincing words that sometimes some of the accountability mechanisms for governments and institutions globally now are more digital than they are analog. And we need people, especially young people, who are as adepts with the technological devices and tools and have the enough mastery and objectivity to navigate such terrains and represent the diverse groups of people in all fairness and safety. Typical cases, as we have in some Nigerian societies today, or some African societies today, is that we see the censorship, we see the control and regulation, unfairly so, of governments over digital spaces. And some of the complaints that young people or even communities have made to this regards are not fairly represented. Reasons being, since the larger crop of the people raising the complaints are young people, most government agencies feel they need to thwart the progressiveness of such complaints, of such checks, of such issues that are being raised as regards the complaints handling or the or the checks and balances that are being introduced by young people. So, in as much as this is a very vital topic to delve into, we need to understand that some parts of the world we have so much marginalization, especially in parts of Africa where we have fewer people who are able to access the internet space to begin with. And if we are seeing policies of governments and of institutions being digitalized, then we know that a lot of people are left behind in that pursuit. And we need to ensure that we have young people who understand, like Roman said, the local contexts and are able to interpret some of these policies to the most underserved communities and people to come to a place of higher and better responsibility and ensure that there's proper accountability, there's proper dynamics when it comes to the mechanisms of harnessing the digital space and ensuring that people from everywhere are able to be represented, are able to be protected, and their complaints handled within the right quarters and within time frame without the fear of being dominated or controlled by governments or agencies or the giant or big tech companies globally. That's what I have to say in that regards. Thank you so much, Roman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. And it's really important that we already took into consideration vision of people from different regions, and hopefully with all of you, those who are interested to join this work and continue this global movement, we can all just come back and start to act every day and hopefully that in conjunction with all organizing partners of the Youth Summit, we can start to organize this process, maybe by using the timeline which Alim and colleagues proposed. But let's see. Everything is agile now in the world. You never know what will be next week. And here I just want to say that most surely I can tell you that young people and youth will be the priority track for the Russia's presidency in 2025. So we have several years to prepare and to show the result, maybe again as was illustrated in your plan, but let's see how it works. And UN is really the place for all of us, and it is changing. It hears young people. Like last year it was amazing experience with UN 75 process, and as far as we know, maybe even same people, if I'm not confusing, but we'll do the same sort of feedback collection for the recent Secretary General's initiative on creating global digital compacts. So as far as I understand, this is a sort of attempt to have the unified rules of the game in the internet space. And let's just make happen that young people are the key pillar of this document, of this process. So I think we have a lot of things to do. As far as I understand, there will be a future summit, again, because it's for future generations, in September 2023, if I'm not confusing, and we still have time to do good work. Dear colleagues, we still have some time, and please kindly raise your hand in Zoom or on site, raise your questions, let us know your feelings of what has been just said. And as far as I see, our speakers also want to have some couple of remarks, please.
Just a couple of remarks. Thanks, Roman. So Roman, I think, just mentioned a very important question, because as he mentioned, there will be an 20th anniversary IGF in Russia in 2025, and it is a strategic year for UN IGF. And I would like to support Roman's belief that the youth empowerment track will become one of the main priorities of the forum. And I'm pretty sure that it will lead to a global this year, it will lead to a global WIDO network of youth digital ombudspersons and a joint international effort by all UN member states. And of course, we expect multi-stakeholder approach and full cooperation in that regard, probably expecting also a global WIDO summit in 2025, the year of IGF.
Quite ambitious. I don't know, Emilia, would you support such idea? Yeah, you can just speak.
Yeah, it's on. Oh, okay. And it's on even when I turn it off.
Oh, sorry.
Just let me. I think that I absolutely support, and I'm very, very glad to hear that for Russia as organizer of the IGF 2025, thank you, that the youth track will be a priority. I guess it's a wonderful idea. And I just wanted to add that as we had this honor to organize this year's Youth Summit, we are very open to cooperation. We don't want to stop here like the Youth Summit happened this year, but I think that a lot of very, very talented young people have gathered together, and it would be really bad to let it go. So we are very open to the cooperation, to building upon this year's Youth Summit toward the Youth Summit in Ethiopia, then in Tokyo, then I think Indonesia, and then in Russia. So yeah, I really hope that we can go this path together, and it will be amazing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you all know, there is so-called NRIs, National Regional Youth Initiatives of the IGF, and the Russian Youth Internet Governance Forum just became one of them this year. So again, if you still do not do it in your country, just consider this as a green light, because young people deserve to have a platform. It might be fully online event. We just can notify universities, high schools, and those who are interested can join. in the beginning you cannot find some partners or sponsors. But we hope that private sector, technical community, government, stakeholder groups can protect and promote such initiative for young people. And now, as we still have 10 minutes, dear colleagues, on site or online, please raise your hands if you want to ask any question or share your experience in the IGF in Poland. Please raise your hand if this was your first IGF. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my goodness, this is a majority. It means that throughout this pandemic couple of years, the new wave came into the IGF space, which makes me very, very enthusiastic. Future generation, yeah.
Ask them if they will come again.
Will you? Where? To IGF or to Poland? Okay, let's have it this way. Will you come to Poland again? No, they're just shy. I see a very, like I would say, firm half of the audience. Online audience, you can also raise your hands. We want to take your voice also in consideration. But will you come to next IGF? I believe it will be in Ethiopia. Not sure, but okay. In any case, we all will be ready to participate online. So, do you want to ask a question? Please, come here, introduce yourself.
Well, without mask, it really works.
Yeah.
I'm Roman, by chance. I'm coming from Azerbaijan. Oh, it works? Do you listen to me? Yeah. I'm here and represent the Youth Department of the Council of Europe. And, majority of here, as I see, I believe they identify themselves as young people, but I see that they are actually young. What I'm really interested is... we are talking, different topics like, access to technologies, access to the different level of capacities, raising awareness, etc. But I'm really interested in a way how much you are representing decision-making processes. We have so many people here and we have so much ideas, but are we able to implement them? And are we decision makers in this process? We have so many panelists here, even audience maybe, if they want, they can actually answer this question. But I'm really interested if it's the case that you participate in decision-making processes in a way that you want to implement your ideas and projects. This is the first question, actually, and it's open for...
Who do you address it?
To all the panelists and even audience if they want to. Okay. Can I have the second question or later?
Yeah, I think let's take it one by one. Dear
Okay.
colleagues, do you want to answer? Please.
Okay, yeah, this is actually a very good question because, I think that you just touched something which is like a central thing because, okay, it's great to have ideas, but what if nobody make them happen? So, I think that it is something I also talked about while talking about our initiative of the Project Youth Summit, is to creating solutions that are targeted to the very, very specific people, companies, governments. So, for example, you have, I don't know, let me just take something. You see that people in your region, the school children in your region, they don't have access to digital education because a lot of them don't have ICTs. And you know that there's a company that throws away thousands of laptops every year because they are just buying new ones. And you have this idea, maybe those companies could give those laptops to those children. So it's an example of the solution that, first of all, is very specific and has a very specific target, which is this company. I know it is not the exactly policy-making thing because it is not on the level of the law regulation, but this is just example how I think it should work. So if you want to have your solution implemented, you have to just advocate, you have to deliver it to the right person, the one who could actually help you in implementing it. So, for example, to the particular parliamentarians or to particular private companies.
Thank you. Your second question, please.
Okay. The second question is, like in the last 5 days, I participated in more than 10 sessions, and it was really there was really interesting discussions regarding access, literacy, ICTs, AI, I don't know, technologies, etc. What I'm really interested is the concrete solutions that we can give to reach the goals that we set. I mean, as a young people, and I'm actually working on this topic exactly, digital youth work. I have a research on it, and I'm really interested in a way that how do you see the solutions in order to reach the goals that, like, for example, we talk right now, online people, talking and discussing around us. So I would like to have like really concrete, like 1 or 2 steps that you believe that will be really priority to make sure that young people really participate and young people really have access to technology and the internet. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We still have 5 minutes. We are okay to grab one more question. We hope to have one more guest joining us in person now for concluding remarks. So anyone to ask any question? Or please introduce yourself, say where you're from, and your question and to who you address it.
All right. Mine is not a question. Mine is just an encouragement. I can see so many young people in the room. My name is Innocent Adrico, and I am from Uganda. I coordinate the Uganda Youth IGF. So it's a pleasure to be here. One thing, I've been in so many sessions, and I'm glad to say that I've seen so many young people bring up solutions, bring up ideas. But one thing I've realized is that these solutions are going to need to be localized to the contexts of our regions and countries. Yeah. For example, I do realize that whereas some countries are going to start, I look at it like a line that has 1 to 10, whereas some people are starting from 2 going up, some people are still on 0. Okay, maybe there's no one at 0, but maybe 1. And some people at, let's say, 5. Yeah. So how do we see that we can catch up with the ones who are ahead? Yesterday I was in a session and I was telling people how in Uganda schools have been closed for 2 years. Yeah. How are you going to catch up with the rest of the world? Yeah. So that's already a loophole. Yeah. So, and then another thing is, if I look in the room here, I don't know whether we have any youth who is involved in policy making. Maybe you can just raise up your hand. Yeah, it's great to see some. But I must admit that some sessions have not had any. How are they going to get these issues? Like, because what I know is, well, in our national IGFs, for example, we usually invite, for example, this year at Uganda Youth IGF, we had the President's Senior Advisor on Youth Affairs. Yeah? Why I got him there was because I knew at least he can be able to take into account some of these issues that we discussed, some of the outcomes of the IGF. So let the IGF not end here. We need to see that whatever we discuss, whatever outcomes we have, are able to reach to the right people at the right time for implementation. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have just been joined by the most important person for the NRIs. It's Anya Gengo from the IGF Secretariat, who literally supports all the initiatives globally from civil society, young people, and it's wonderful, wonderful friend of mine. Thank you for joining us. Before the concluding remarks, and your maybe wishes to participants to develop their youth tracks, let us give the floor for 1 minute to Fred from our online participants. He was raising a hand.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Yes, I must admit this session has been very great and interactive, considering the various ideas that has been speculated by some of the youth especially the ones that project the timelines from this time all the way to 2025. I think it's quite an ambition and it is achievable. It is achievable, first of all, through collaboration, and it is achievable, first of all, by being specific in achieving one goal at a time. Yes, Emilia gave an example which indicates that a specific example, let me say, that the companies that have computers that use it for a period of time and disposes it are able to repurpose it to help some aspects of the digital literacy that we are looking at. Now, if we work together to be able to initiate solutions as youth, it is having a lot of impact in the communities. The persons that came to speak at the microphone, one of them mentioned that how do we localize these solutions? And so I believe all of us are coming from different backgrounds, working together can bring these different views together, whether it's an online platform or it's an on-site platform. So the simple solution here is working together and targeting one goal at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fred. And yes, a big round of applause. I must admit it's a perfect timing. And if Anya can kindly give us some concluding remarks and tell maybe how you find this year's youth track and this first ever youth IGF, and what is the vision of development of youth track further among other NRIs. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. It's so nice to join you here. And I'm sorry that I missed the biggest part of this session, which is also very close to my heart for personal reasons. There's a main session of the NRIs just downstairs, so I was rushing up, but I had to be there. Thank you to my dear friend Roman for organizing this session and inviting me. I think a colleague from Ghana that just spoke said very good words, saying that you don't maybe see young people in the areas that are impacting the policy decisions. And it's just quite the opposite from my side, I have to say, but I do understand why you said that. It's the opposite because through the youth IGFs, it's just impressive the way they are basically making their own way to reach the decision makers, to become decision shapers, to impact those that are making concrete decisions. And I think we're joining a national or regional and youth IGFs in your countries, in your regions, is a very effective way to be part of creating a possible solution on a certain matter on internet governance. There are 141 NRIs, that's how we call them shortly. And I think all of you, regardless where you live, you will be able to find one where you can connect to. I can testify from my personal experience, and I'm sure Roman and I see Emilia here, they will back me up. Those are very, very friendly networks of really high-level experts in terms of the knowledge just that exists there, but also those are very good networking opportunities. So that's always my encouragement to you, to start from your own homes. You don't need to travel anywhere to be part of the global solutions. And I think that's something that we should maybe take as a message from this wonderful session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will definitely sum up this session with the report. We'll send it to the Secretariat, to other UN entities, other global stakeholders, including business, technical community, governments, of course, because several important ideas were outlined here, including the very specific and detailed action plan of finding good young people for representing the youth in the digital sphere as digital youth ombuds teams. And we even discussed with organizers of the Youth Summit that maybe we can gather all outputs of the youth-led sessions of the forum, including the Youth Summit messages, and do some interesting infographics or document with very specific ideas and timeline so that young people can actually understand why we gather here, what is the plan, and how do we plan to bring this forward. What do you think? If you support this idea, let's raise the hand. Wonderful. Do you mind if we conclude the session, or anyone has any final word, remark, dear speakers?
Just one sentence. Let's just make youth involvement trendy.
Thank you.
Let's support Internet United, always united.
Excellent. So thank you very much, our online participants, our technical team, our organizers from across the world, online speakers, participants, on-site participants. Let's try to do a collective photo. Of course, with wearing masks, and I see some of you are wearing masks from the Center for Global IT Cooperation from our booth, and it's very encouraging because if you noticed, we did it and as the name of our session, and I will demonstrate it now. Because what? Because all we need is youth. Thank you for participation, and I kindly invite you to stand here and our online participants to switch on camera so we can also screenshot a collective one. Please, thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Okay. How are things in Poland for those of us who are not there?
Well, now we are.
Woo.
Okay, so I was saying that here the IGF is turning to an end. So we have the last session of the last day. So things are becoming very quiet.
Aha. Well, they saved the best for last, of course.
Yeah.
We all live in a digital world.
Oh my.
We all need it to
Really?
be open and safe.
How do
we
I
all
mute
want
this?
to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Who muted me? I've been involved in the IGF since before the beginning, and that's the first time I've ever started a session with a commercial. So this is an interesting experience. It is now almost 5 minutes after. Means we have 55 minutes left. Shall I begin, Martine?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, everybody. The bold people who have joined us. I see 10 people in the room, and hopefully there will be more later. We'll see how that goes. I am William Drake from Columbia University, formerly University of Zurich, and here in Geneva, as you can see behind me. This is a hybrid 1 hour session. Some of us are in Poland, as you see Martina, and others of us are in our pajamas. No names will be mentioned. Thanks to Martina for organizing. As indicated in the session description, this session engages with policy questions central to the governance of global digital trade and data flows over the internet, and hence issues that are central to internet governance. As digital trade has grown massively in recent years, governments around the world have been working to put in place national approaches and in parallel engaging in international regime negotiations in a variety of bilateral, regional, plurilateral free trade agreements, as well as in the World Trade Organization. And as always happens when new trade processes and issues arise, some governments and stakeholders have sought to shield their markets from international competition through a variety of restrictive measures, while others have decried these things as being contrary to the spirit and letter of international trade agreements. A major barrier to reconciling divisions of view in this realm has always been the lack of comprehensive and updated analyses and indicators regarding such policies and practices that restrict trade that can be meaningfully compared across jurisdictions, so we can have a macro level view of the state of play, how open or closed to flows of digital products and services is the global digital economy at any given time, et cetera. And absent such analyses and indicators, governments and stakeholders may misconstrue their national capabilities and interests. Trade negotiators may face great uncertainty as to how to bargain and problem solve, and collective governance efforts may be impeded. So if we look at the history of international cooperation, it's been well demonstrated that under conditions of complexity and uncertainty, new ideas and information have often proved to be causal and indeed essential to helping to clarify actors' thinking and interests and to map paths forward. In this connection, the expertise, credibility, and independence of actors advancing new ideas and information have been key to the reception of their messages. So we've seen this over the years in fields that intersect with the digital trade of today, whether it's trade and services, internet governance, or data flows. And today we see that a number of industry associations, international organizations, research institutes, think tanks, analysts, and governments and others have been assembling analyses and indicators on policies affecting the digital economy and analyzing their effects. However, to date, as I say, there's been inadequate coordination and structured comparison of the evidence between these efforts. So this session seeks to advance that process of coordination, kind of building the epistemic community of people who are involved in the field of digital trade and our collective knowledge base in order to try to facilitate more effective international cooperation around digital trade issues. Today, we're going to talk about 4 initiatives in particular: the Digital Policy Alert from the University of St. Gallen Endowment for Prosperity Through Trade, the Regional Digital Trade Restrictiveness Index by the UN SCAP, the Digital Trade Policy Project in Africa by the UN ECA, and the Digital Trade Integration Project by the European University Institute, the Hertie School and the London School of Economics, and Bocconi University. These initiatives all provide open access data, which can prove to be valuable tools for researchers and policymakers, practitioners, etc., in shedding light on the regulations of the digital economy and trying to identify gaps and possible good practices going forward. We have 4 speakers who will talk about the initiatives they're involved in, and I'll introduce them in the order in which they'll be speaking, and I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. We will have Johannes Fritz, CEO of the St. Gallen Endowment for Prosperity Through Trade, Witada Anukunwataka, I said that wrong, Senior Economic Affairs Officer and Trade Policy in the Trade Policy and Facilitation Section on Trade Investment and Innovation Division at the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. She coordinates the Regional Digital Integration Project at UN SCAP. Jeffrey Guppy, Associate Economic Affairs Officer at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, and Martina Farrakhan, the Max Weber Fellow at the European University Institute. She manages the Digital Trade Initiative along with Professor Bernard Hoekman. Martina also will be serving as the online moderator today, replacing Anna Abramova, who unfortunately is unable to be with us. And we have as a rapporteur, Alan P. Alex. Each of the speakers will talk for a little under 8 minutes each in order to leave room at the end for open discussion among all participants. And so we're hoping that despite having a small last day crowd, that we can have a vibrant and interesting discussion around the issues of how do we gather and share and compare knowledge and information, data about trade practices that impact the extent and character of trade integration around the world, and that impact the ability of governments and other stakeholders to reach agreements on the governance of digital trade. So I think this is an important topic, and I hope that we'll be able to hear a lot of different views expressed about it. That's the game plan. So we'll go through the 4 presentations, then we'll have open discussion among all participants. And when we do that, of course, we ask that everybody identify themselves clearly and stick to 1 to 2 minutes in their interventions so that everybody can speak. Okay, so that's the setup. And now we begin. Johannes, you are first up. Would you like to tell us about your initiative?
Mic on. So hello, fellow participants in Katowice. I greet you from the snowy Alps. My name is Johannes. I represent the St. Gallen Endowment, which is a Swiss charitable nonprofit that seeks to promote transparency in international policy choice and democratize access to such data around the world. We are best known for our oldest initiative, which is the Global Trade Alert. It's been running for 12 years and collected over 40,000 pieces of information based on official sources that people can dig into on a public database. And earlier this year, we launched our newest initiative, which is I'm excited to speak to you about here today, which is the Digital Policy Alert. And we formulated the Digital Policy Alert based on 2 worries, but then two observations and 1 worry. We observe that there's lots of activity in the digital space about regulating and policy making that affects the digital economy. And at the same time, we observe that there is no publicly accessible inventory that is timely created and tracks all this activity. And based on those 2 observations, we worry that there is a risk of fragmenting the internet. Stories like Chinese shipping data not getting out across the world and people don't know where their good physical goods are. Similar issues around the GDPR, where merchants are worried to contract with Europeans because they may become liable overseas. Such stories tell us about broader risks that businesses worry about compliance costs when entering a new market. And the flip side of it is that consumers worldwide, particularly in small markets and less purchasing power markets, may lose out on really the benefits that the internet promises for us all as a borderless area for exchanging ideas and commerce. And so what we brought to help mitigate this risk, what we as the Digital Policy Alert try to do is bring in a data set that is timely and creates a public inventory for everybody to use. And we bring it out in two distinct data products. The first one we launched it this year in April, is an activity tracker where we want to allow all stakeholders really to engage early so that you don't need your own policy department to make your voice heard, that you can see what's going on in the digital space, that you can act on and get your voice heard before a law is passed, before a regulation is finally adopted. As early as we can get it to you, we'll make it available to you and get you a notification in if you're so inclined. And the second data product is more going into detail. We call it a detailed mapping, which is about making dissecting laws into the relevant details, dissecting orders into where the main differences are, so our users can freely compare such laws across time and across space, figuring out really where choice differs across the planet, how these differences play out in the real world, and what they may or may not want to do about it. And so we've been running with the activity tracker since April this year for a couple of months now. And we have some findings that I want to share with you today. We have currently tracked around 1,000 such policy or regulatory changes for the G20 and the European member states, plus Switzerland for now. This is our launch data set, if you will. And if you look at just the 700 activities that we tracked for this year alone, so 700 policy changes that were proposed or implemented this year in these countries, we see lots of activity, obviously, in the big trading blocks, the United States and Europe, but also elsewhere. In these big blocks, there's a bit of a difference between the center and the decentralized action. So in Europe, the European Commission works much on data governance, but also on, you probably heard, the regulation of artificial intelligence, what algorithms may or may not do, and under what circumstances. On the decentralized level, on the member states, we see issues around content moderation, but also taxation, the taxation of the digital services, but also on e-commerce. They become more active here in Europe. In the United States, also, essentially is more worried about data governance, but also competition areas, as we'll see on the next slide. It's also a really big center of activity. And the states, the different states in the United States do also start moving on the tax front, and privacy protection is also not a federal issue at the United States, but also more of a decentralized state level issue. The United States and the US and EU are obviously not the only actors we have. As you see, there's lots going on in China and Canada, where we have issues around an ambitious content moderation law in Canada. We see the bargaining power between small and large media actors negotiated in Australia, and other really salient developments, mostly around competition, data governance, and the like. And if I break this up, I talk about these different policy fields, which we all try to capture as a digital policy alert. We try to take the most comprehensive view possible, going from data governance regulation, content moderation, taxation, but also issues like foreign direct investment or any service access and operation requirements. We try to get them in. And if I break this up by these broad areas, what we'll see for 2021 is that we have really these 5 blocks that are highly active: the data governance, competition, content moderation, taxation, and operational issues. And data governance takes the cake by far. This is where we see the most activity, and fortunately also where coordination is on the way, although not far enough. As you probably have heard, we try to get multilateral cooperation on digital economy issues at WTO, at the World Trade Organization, in the so-called Joint Statement Initiative, where they try to formulate a common text that the governments around the world can agree to on what they want to do with regulating the transfer of data, say. But there's much to do, and there's still a lot of national level action that is currently outside of the scope of that initiative. And other things that we find very interesting as the digital policy alert are, for instance, competition, which is not much of a development issue per se, but raises very, very important or dicey questions like, for instance, who is responsible for enforcing competition in the global economy? If there's, Facebook merges with Giphy, which are 2 American companies, but now European regulators want to intervene and say, well, they also affect our markets here. And so something that you had classically in competition law, where it was much about where the companies are located, no longer applies. And it's also kind of hard to say, when do we get in as regulators about competition? Because usually we are, as regulators, all about consumer surplus, so that the consumers are not ripped off, which is very hard as a concept to work in much of the digital economy. And so they have to think about how really, where to start as a competition enforcement agency and where to stop. And we also see, it's just like content moderation, where the whole issue about harmful speech, this gray area between illegal speech and free speech, harmful speech, what is this? Where does this begin? It's a discussion that reminds us very much of, broadcasting legislation, where what you see in television varies greatly on the different countries and continents. And similar, we see the different national tastes and what is permissible content and what isn't. And yeah, finally, an interesting area for us is also taxation, where you probably have heard of the OECD's attempt to get global minimum corporate income tax. And this is heavily related to the digital economy, because there are a bunch of countries around the world that have already proposed a so-called digital service tax, which is a tax on any digitally provided service that you provide in a country. Like if you sell a streaming product to a Canadian, that the Canadian government would tax you for that. And there are a bunch of those that are already implemented, but currently not enforced. And they all hinge on this promise by the OECD accord that governments will pull in a global minimum tax in 2023. And so until we have that, there's a standstill for now on such digital service taxes, at least in Europe and in Canada. And so we'll see how that play out, because it will be an important part of how we regulate the digital economy. So what I want to impress you is we are building this new data set. I hope you find it interesting. There's much to come, and I would be grateful if you keep engaging with us. You can get to me at the digitalpolicyalert.org website. Stay tuned for our new version that's coming in the first quarter, and our first report really coming out in the second part of the year. If you want to reach me, here's my address, and I'm really looking forward to your many comments in the discussion now. Thanks. I give it back to you, William.
Thank you, Johannes. That was perfect and right on time. So excellent and very interesting. Okay, let's go to Witada. Are you there and ready to go?
Yes, Bill.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you very much. I hope you can see my screen. Yeah, thank you. I'm Witada Anupul Mathaka from Trade, Investment and Innovation Division of SCAP. What I would like to show you today is one of our initiatives that we're looking at digital economy integration for Asia Pacific regions. And we work in collaboration with the European University Institute as well as OECD to take and collect data for building tools to support policymakers. What the collaborations here that we have with the OECD and European University is actually lead us to have background information that feed into a bigger tools. We call it Digital and Sustainable Regional Integration Index, which is an index capturing performance of Asia Pacific regions in their regional integration. Not only digital economy, but actually there are 7 dimensions that we are looking into it. Trade, investment, finance, regional value chains, infrastructure, movement of people, regulatory cooperation, and of course, the important one, especially for the 21st century, is the digital economy integration. In our DG3 framework here, when we're looking at regional integration, we try to address not only the performance of countries in Asia Pacific regions in terms of standard way of integrations, but we try to also address sustainable development perspective. So you could see in our frameworks that there is in conventional integration part and sustainable integration part, and these two parts has indicators within it that used in complementary to each other to reflect both efficiency and sustainability of how the region perform. Talking specifically into digital economy integration, is where our initiative on digital trade regulatory restrictiveness measurements is fitting in, because through the assumptions that openness and harmonization of digital trade regulations in the regions would allow interoperability and pave the way for better regional digital trade integrations. We conduct data collection in collaboration with partners that I mentioned, and we established the RDTII index, and we use that index as the information, as one of the informations that feed into Digis3. Under Digis3 framework on digital economic integration, to put things simply, we group our measurements under these domains into 4 clusters. Trade and regulation is where the RDTI, Regional Digital Trade Regulatory Index, is fitting in. Apart from these regulatory indicators, the cluster also look into how digital goods and service trade flows in the regions are performed, how tariff is changed on these products, and how progress the region makes in e-commerce penetration. So all of these sub-domains is putting together and give us information to talk about performance of the regions in terms of trade and regulatory integrations. Apart from this domain, the Digis3 also capture performance in infrastructure connectivities that relevant to digital trade. Not only hard infrastructures like ICT, but also soft infrastructure like finance infrastructure. These 2 clusters is what we call conventional measurements. When I was saying we also taking care of sustainability of the integration, and that is reflected in the second part of this framework, which is the inclusive part and security part. Talking about inclusiveness, we try to proxy them. It's not perfect, but we try to capture inclusive access to core infrastructure like internet, finance infrastructures, and inclusive of e-commerce penetration. When look into not only the population percentage of population access to internet, but look into how proportionate it is when compared between the majority and minority group of people. So cybersecurity, the proxy that we use right now, this is still the ongoing initiative. So we are still revising indicators when we found better data. So this is just the preliminary one. The cybersecurity, now we use secure internet server as one of the proxies there. Just to give you a snapshot of what we found. The regions, based on these 2 measurements, as you may expect, Asia Pacific is very diverse. We have very advanced country and very small and low income countries put together, right? So diverse performance is what you would expect. But more interesting is also when we compare conventional index with sustainable index, many countries has much more modest performance in terms of sustainability of the integrations. And often these country like least developed country or landlocked developed country are lagging behind, not only in terms of infrastructures, but also in terms of regulations that they apply. There are 2 groups of them for these poor, low income countries. One group go into overly regulate, and the other group go into not sufficiently regulate. So both of them seek both groups sitting in two different ends of the spectrum when it's come to restrictiveness. They also have this advantage in terms of business environments and other things that make them difficult to participate in digital goods value chains and not be able to attract FDI, which is supposed to bring them capital that they lack or technology that they lack and leapfrog to the higher level of development. And this gap is large in digital domain when compared to other regional integration measurements. If you remember, we have 7 dimensions. So when compared to trade, investment, or other areas of regional integration, digital economy integrations, the gaps between these large and small countries become more significant. So, having said that, I still encourage you to look more into the publications. I give link in my first slide to the Digistry to see more in depth on what we do there and how we can use the information from Digistry, which dig deep. You can dig deeper into regulatory similarity of Asia Pacific regions, and we have the data sets available, and we are actually upgrade it to the second versions, which we expect to release early next year, and more analysis based on what we found in these tools will come along. One of that is the Asia Pacific Digital Trade Regulatory Report that we will be launching in a month or so. And for SCAP, our priority is 3 things. First, we establish evidence, which not only SCAP are doing. The initiative in OECD, in European University, and what you will hear in these workshops also provide evidence. But using this evidence, we use it to build capacity for policymakers to support their reform of the policy. So the framework that we develop will be feed into our training materials, our capacity building workshops, and technical assistance that we engage with country in Asia Pacific. It used also to support their negotiations capacity. We established platform like trade negotiation advisors that bridge the gaps between research evidence that we collect and our partner collects and use them to become a tools for advising where is the weak point of policy across different areas, and compare it with their concerned parties when they have to go to negotiation table, so they know where they are and where their peers are. So that's all for the SCAP initiatives that I would like to introduce to you today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Watanda. That was very interesting. May I ask, just because this is a short session and we want to make sure that we have enough time for open discussion, that the other panelists keep an eye on the chat, and I will let you know when you reach the 8-minute mark, at which point it would be good to start to wind down. Okay, so let's turn next to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, are you there?
Yes, and many thanks, Will. I will try to be short. But let me share my screen. Okay, I think. Is it shared?
Yes.
Yes,
yeah, it's
okay.
good.
Many thanks. Okay, so I'm Geoffroy Guépier. I work for Economic Commission for Africa, for the United Economic Commission for Africa, and I'm actually engaged in our digital trade initiative. So just to say that considering the importance that digital trade is gaining in the world, but also the challenge associated with its quantification, its measurement, our commission launched in the same way as ESCAP, a digital trade regulatory integration initiative toward the end of 2020. And this initiative have the main objective of assessing the readiness of African countries to effectively engage in digital trade and e-commerce And this initiative come at a time when the third phase of negotiation of the AFCFTA, the FCFTA mean African Continental Free Trade Area. So it's come at the third phase of the negotiation of the AFCFTA, focusing on e-commerce, and it is very important as we want to also participate in this negotiation and give some indications, give some policy recommendation to negotiators. In concrete terms, the initiative begins with a training component and a training and research component where selected national experts are given the tools to collect and compile data on digital trade. The data is collected at a national level to inform two separate databases. The first one is digital service trade restriction, and the second one is digital trade integration. I want just to mention that in digital service trade restriction, we work together with OECD, and in digital trade integration, we work together with European University and closely with Martina, who is there. So, and the information collected through this initiative may have multiple use. The first one, which is very important for us, is to assisting member states on digital trade issue at large and on e-commerce, particularly in the context of the AFCFTA negotiation. The second one, also interesting, is to expand the coverage of African country in OECD Digital Service Trade Restrictiveness Index. Before our initiative, the only African country which was covered was South Africa. So now we want to expand it to the 28 country that we are analyzing during this initiative. And the third use will be to build a regional digital trade integration index for Africa, because we have already an index which measure regional trade integration in Africa. And to have the whole picture of regional trade integration, we want to add, with this initiative, we want to add a digital component to this index. Also. And of course, data will be publicly available for anyone interested to make analysis on digital trade, and data will be publicly available through a dedicated platform. So now let's focus on the two database that we collect, and also share with you the key finding that we have from now. So the first one is the data related to digital service trade restriction. So the information collected was used to construct an index of restrictiveness of trade in digital services for each country that we cover. And in the graph, you will see some of the country that we cover, because the initiative is still ongoing and we have not all the 28 countries that we cover. So this is the sample that we have from now. And the result is instead very interesting. The main result, the first result, and striking first message that is highlighted with this graph is that most of the African countries have reduced restrictive measure to digital trade. If you take the example of Uganda, for example, Uganda, which is here, we see from 2014 to now how the variation is very big. If you compare Uganda to Zambia, for example, you will see that there was at the same level in 2014, and now we see so you can appreciate very well the variation in Uganda and in most of the country in our sample. Also, one interesting result is that main restriction to digital trade across African countries found in infrastructure, and in these infrastructure pillars, it encompasses data protection and also over infrastructure requirement where we have interconnection between internet operators or cell phone operators. And also interesting to note in a third result is that country that have a high restriction score for intellectual property in red, intellectual property rights, and electronic transaction are generally not party to international agreements. And this give a message, the message that indicate that, regulation should ensure balanced protection of intellectual property rights holders. So the fact to ratify international agreement will ensure balanced protection whether we are whether the holder of intellectual property rights are local or come from abroad. And now let's turn on the results from the digital integration data that we collect. And concerning this, preliminary results show that African countries are relatively integrated in terms of digital trade. Law and legislation do not discriminate between digital trade relevant sectors and other sectors. We can take the example of FDI, for example, where in all countries that we analyze, we see that in digital trade relevant sector, whether in digital trade relevant sector or not, FDI is subject to the same criteria. And also, second result, which is interesting, is that many countries surveyed lack legislative framework in core digital area like data protection, cross-border transfer, and consumer protection law. Here also we can multiply the example. Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Tanzania, for example, do not have a legislative or comprehensive framework for data protection. If you take, for example, Tanzania, they have not a consumer protection law, and many countries that we cover have not, some consumer protection law. There are many laws related to digital trade. And also, third result interesting is about digital trade transaction, which is high in some country. So this let us conclude that it is important to have harmonized rule and regulation across Africa, especially when it comes to cross-border transfer data. Also, we can say that after this analysis that the emergence of a climate of trust is very important. And also here, consumer protection regulation could help to increase this confidence in terms of digital trade environment in Africa. And of course, many other big issues need to be clarified in terms of regulation, data governance, IPL, liberalization of goods and services sector, which are important for e-commerce, also need to have a look. So I will end here and say that the initiative is still ongoing and we will get more results, of course. But which is very interesting and it is highlighted here is that regulation is in Africa need to be to be looked clearly to open trade in digital services. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting and a lot of good data and evidence from the African case. Okay, finally we have Martina. Martina, would you like
Yes.
to?
Yes, thanks, Bill. Well, for me, it's extremely interesting to see the results of these studies because you can really see how diverse countries can be in the different regions we have looked at, and this shows that there is a lot of work to do to clarify also what policies can be implemented to be more digitally trade integrated. On my side, I just wanted to start by saying that we are here at the Internet Governance Forum, a UN forum on internet governance, and I've heard the word the trade very, very few times. And it's surprising because when we discuss here platform regulation, data regulation, content moderation, all issues which are now being discussed in trade agreements, countries are taking commitments on this in trade agreements, but still at this forum often there is not enough space and interest in a topic which is affecting greatly internet governance. Starting from this introduction, I moved to the presentation of our project, which connects a bit the project we heard before in different ways. And is a project which we have launched in July at the European University Institute, which aims to map digital trade policies and create an index. So before presenting the project, I want to quickly present the other three initiatives which exist at the global level on this topic. There is the DTRI initiative at ISAIP, which I will present in a moment. The Digital SCRI, which is an OECD initiative that we heard about before because the UN is now helping to expand the coverage of this index. And then there is the Digital Policy Alert that we already heard from by Johannes. So just quickly, in terms of what are the results and the information we have on these initiatives, on one end, the DTRI, which is an index developed at ISAIP, which now has been discontinued. So this is also a reason why we are starting our new initiative. This was the first initiative to try to map measures affecting digital trade and that attempted to create an index. This was done a few years ago in 2018. And this initiative covered 64 countries. And by creating an open database, which today is still being used by academics and also international organizations, by creating this database, it was possible to create an index. All the methodology is available online. And this index gave a very clear picture for the first time on the level of restrictiveness the countries had on digital trade, and it was easy to spot China, Russia, and India as the main countries imposing restrictions on digital trade, while New Zealand, Iceland, Norway, Hong Kong are all countries that were found to be imposing very few restrictions. And by looking at the map just in terms of number of measures, so without putting weights or scores, you can again see India, China, but also Germany, France imposing a lot of measures that have an impact on digital trade, and on the other hand, countries like Australia and again New Zealand imposing a few restrictions. The OECD initiative, which is more recent, is an expansion of their SCRI index to have a digital pillar, and it covers less countries. I think it's about 35, but thanks to the UN now they're expanding their scope, so they will probably get to 60 or so. And this is an initiative which focuses on services only, and in particular in 4 areas, so infrastructure, payments, IP, and here again, they create an index. All the information about the index is available online. And if we just look at the number of measures that they find, the picture is very similar to the other initiative from ISAIP. Again, we find China, India, Russia imposing a lot of measures. But when it comes to the EU, they find much more measures in Eastern Europe compared to the previous initiative, which found more measures in France and Germany. This is just to give a picture of what is out there. And of course, then there is the digital policy alert, very recently launched. Johannes already said everything about it, and is mainly an exercise to map more measures, but doesn't have any then analysis and trying to create an index out of those measures, but is a very helpful tool to find information which is implemented at the global level. So in practice, we have a first initiative which has been discontinued, another initiative which covers all the services, and a third initiative which maps measures. So we thought that there was the need to do more and to work further on measuring the impact of those policies. And this is important for different reasons. First of all, we still need to provide more transparency and understanding on the type of measures which affect digital trade. Still, there is no commonly agreed taxonomy. There is not commonly agreed definition on certain type of measures. So there is more to do on that front, and this is what we are trying also to work on. Then, thanks to the initiatives like this, we can create options for comparison across countries, and can conduct quantitative analysis. And this is the most important point for us as a university and an institute working on policy, because through this data, what we want to do is then to conduct empirical exercises. And I've worked in the past with the indexes I presented before on some of those analyses. We work on data policy specifically, and using the information of these databases, we could look at the empirically at how different types of measures impact different variables. We found that certain type of cross-border data policies can and have restricted services trade. We also found that domestic data policies can reduce productivity of companies. And in the most recent study we did for the World Bank, what we did was to starting from the database, dividing countries into 3 categories: whether they have an open regime on data, whether they have conditions applied to data flows, and whether they have a controlled regime like the China approach. And we could empirically then estimate the impact of these regimes on services. And we found that an open approach is related to more trade in services. The conditional approach of the EU is associated with more or less trade, depending on the sector we are looking at, while the approach followed by China, for example, is always associated with less trade. And this is important data if we want to then provide good advices to policymakers. So quickly presenting what the project is about, we have created a network of experts across different universities. For now, the universities are London School of Economics, RT School, the European University Institute, and Bocconi University. We meet often to discuss these issues and to create a common understanding of these measures. And we are collecting data to launch an open data set, thanks to the collaboration with the UN. And already we have heard about these collective efforts before. And we aim to develop an index through this, using the data we are collecting. The partners of the initiative, on top of the 4 universities, are ESCAP in UNECA, but also UN-ECLAC in Latin America, ESIPE, and also the TISA network, which is a network in Australia and Asia. Just very quickly showing what is a practical implementation of what we are doing. We have the regional digital trade integration index developed with ESCAP. I will not go through the methodology, but just to tell you there is several measures we look at. And with this index, we already have could map and create a ranking of countries based on their approach toward digital trade. We can then look, for example, how each country is doing compared with the regional average on the different pillars we are looking at, and then easily spot where a country can improve. And then we have also looked into similarity across measures, and this is all data and tables you will find in the report of the UN. And what we did was also to start discussing with the policymakers in certain countries, and with the Philippines. There's a report also out which really used the data we collected to provide specific policy advices that was then well taken and implemented with the interest or intention to implement it in the Philippines. To conclude, what we are doing with this project is currently we have kicked off the data collection, and in November we have started a webinar series. We had meetings on data security. Next week we are having a webinar on data flows, and then more issues will be discussed in open webinars which are open to everybody. And we aim to finalize data collection in March and launch the index in May, and then start with the first annual report in September. If you want to know more about this initiative, and if you want to join the webinars, join our initiatives, you can Google our project and you here also have a QR code to our website. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for that, Martina. We don't have a lot of time left, but that's okay, I guess. This is not a workshop with a lot of people banging down the door, chomping at the bit, ready to talk, but we do have a few minutes. Are there any people participating who have not had a chance to speak thus far who would like to offer a comment, question, provocation, so on? If so, you can just type something into the chat, or otherwise raise your hand in a way that Martina would notice. We ought to be able to do that. I assume that the hand raising thing works. What do they got set up here? Maybe it does not. Okay, if there are none, let me ask then whether any of the speakers have any questions that they would like to ask each other by way of clarification, amplification, so on. That would be, of course, interesting as well. Anyone have any? What the hell is that? We've been Zoom bombed. Look at that. How lovely. That's great.
Interesting. I think this happened already in other sessions. It's
really,
apparently yes.
It's just really, people are so bored. I just really, but get a life. Anyway. Okay, that's charming. Anyway, be that as it may, are there any comments that any of the panelists would like to make to each other?
I think we've been hacked. There are two people that are still in the call.
Hello guys, how do you do?
All right.
Yeah.
All kinds of.
There are still a few people connected.
Oh God. All right, this is a waste of our time.
I was wondering why so many people joined towards the end of the session.
Yeah, indeed. That was weird.
Well, at least they waited until you all got to speak. So that's the good news. It's kind of pathetic. People are so whatever. What are you going to do? I'm sorry. So let me just ask the panelists, since nobody has a question to each other. I think what you're all doing is very interesting, and obviously there is a very important case for trying to gather this information and make it more comparable across cases, and for networking the different initiatives together as we're starting here by having this session, and what Martina is doing with multiple players involved as well. I'm just wondering if people see any path forward from these various initiatives in terms of linking them together more to build a community of expertise and practice that can start to have some salience politically with the governments, the trade negotiators, but also with the governments more generally. I mean, how do we go about institutionalizing cooperation and making it count? We've seen this happen in the IGF. We've seen successful cases I've been involved in, for example, launching the Global Internet Governance Academic Network back in 2006, but then we also had an effort to form a dynamic coalition on digital trade, and it went nowhere. So, things go back and forth. But I'm just wondering, does anybody see possibilities here for trying to grow some collaboration and make it more visible? Anybody have any thoughts?
To me, I think it's really cool to see. I mean, Martina has been in this space for a very long time, and nowadays she took the lessons that we need these aggregations that she's doing. She's doing the research together with Eric and others. I think for my initiative, we are trying to gather data and then help with such analyses, because right now we are all about capturing data. I think the analyses that also Geoffrey and Mithandek talked about, that you create these indices and make it more salient to where the pressure points are. I think this is great. It looks really good, and I hope we can map into it readily, as Martina indicated.
That'd be great, yeah.
I can add on our side, from the UI perspective, we really see this as the start of an exercise which aims eventually to reach out to policymakers and to try to create this more open community. And in our webinars, for example, we're always trying to reach out to people in different stakeholder groups, inviting them to our discussion so that we can really try to make it multi-stakeholder. And I think the collaboration with the UN is very important, because they have a unique channel to discuss and talk and present best practices to policymakers. And personally, I think the experience with the UNESCAP and the Philippines government has been one of the most interesting for me in my professional experience, because it was really, we had a direct channel, thanks to the UN, to provide specific recommendation based on the study we did to policymakers that were involved in different ministries and different areas of the government. And this is really what these studies eventually dream to do, not only with one government, but with more. So this is the way to go for us, and we will keep doing empirical analysis to try to then identify best practices.
That's excellent. Thanks a lot for that, Martina. And yes, you have been a real catalyst here in this field, which has been really helpful to everybody. Would anybody else like to add something? Again, we're running up towards the end. I don't know if IGF intends to shut it down, the recording, in 1 minute. Any last thoughts from any of the other speakers? Geoffrey, Witada, anybody?
I just want to add that from UN perspective, especially ESCAP, so what we are doing with the UI and with other partners, we are using it to communicate directly with the government. So we run expert group meeting. We invite government to understand the frameworks, and then we have received requests in building the capacity for analyzing this issue more into their policy decisions. So that would allow us to bring the evidence that we found, also make them feed in directly into their policies. The Philippines that Martina mentioned is the pilot countries, but I do believe that going forward there will be more forum for us to reach them.
That would be something to look forward to for everyone. All right. Well, I think we are actually a minute over time. So again, I apologize for a little bit of Zoom bombing there. Apparently that's been going around during this IGF meeting, and what can you do? Hopefully it will be edited before this sits on the web. So I want to thank Martina for taking the initiative to organize this and for asking me to moderate it, and to all of you panelists for participating and reporting on your very interesting research. I'm hoping that there will be a lot more conversations like this going forward, and that we can all begin to work together in a collaborative manner to help build a global knowledge base that will be useful in informing policy discussions, because clearly it's needed. There's a lot of bad information out there, needless to say, and a lot of misconstructions out there. So good, solid, research-based information is great. So thank you to everybody, and best of luck, happy trails, and see you down the line somewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.